From the top of Wologisi to the beaches of Maryland, we cover Liberia like nobody else does. This is Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment.
Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? This one you got today.
School TV. School.
This one you got today.
School.
Beseku.
School TV. School.
Bala 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 bala.
School.
Skiddy biddy dabado.
School TV. School entertainment.
Kua, 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 kua. Beseku, kua, kua, go to there. Kua, kua, go to there.
On the spoon to get
Yes, I
your
do.
information.
Kua,
On the spoon to be
kua, kua, kua.
If you're getting a sound, please let us know. If you're getting a sound, please let us know if the sound is now there. We apologize for that. If you're still getting a sound, now folks are saying still no sound. So we'll take a break to be right back. We're reading the comments. And if you're getting a sound, please let us know that we've got the audio. And thank you for the comments. Thank you for the positive feedbacks. And thank you. That needed to have been done. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. All right, so if the sound is there, just let us know that we now have sound, and I'll read what I just read. All right, thank you, appreciate that. All right, so let me get that document again. There are several counts, but I'll just read count number 1 from this particular document, and we're waiting to see the full investigation, the report, the investigative report. All right, thank you guys, appreciate that. So it reads, academic fraud investigation, findings of the investigation. 1. It was revealed that on November 11, 2015, at 2:15 p.m., the university's records were altered and a student, Mr. Dangbe M. Wongbe, with identification number 26371, was fraudulently replaced with D. Dor Cooper by Mr. Colley T. Kamara, a former employee of the University of Liberia. With this, Mr. Cooper managed to surreptitiously do one senior course, that is Public Enterprise and Public Administration, PADM 406, in 2017-2018 second semester and obtained F grade under Mr. Prince Wisse, who taught the course according to the Department of Public Administration records. Count number 2. The committee discovered that on May 10, 2024, another modification was made to the identification number 26371 by Mr. Jonathan Kangar, who swapped Miss Naomi Noah Tyler, a 2019 graduate of the university records, and placed it under the identification number 26371 that is now bearing the name D. Dor Cooper. The purpose of this alteration or swapping was to allow Mr. D. Dor Cooper to graduate using Naomi Noah Tyler's grades or records. So there are other counts in this report, and waiting for the university to make it public or to tell us what other findings are there. But those are 2 counts from the investigative, findings, the investigation surrounding how the now Commerce Inspector D. Dor Cooper managed to have gotten souvenirs, when to graduate, how did he get into the UL, how was it done, and all of those things are listed in the investigative findings. As to what will be the action of the president, His Excellency Joseph Yoman Boakai, once these findings are made, public or given to whomever it is to be given to, what becomes the fate of the Commerce Inspector? You cannot be an inspector of commerce, an enforcer, an implementer, someone who's there to make sure that things are done properly, and we have these kind of findings coming in. So we'll just read the first 2 as I did. And Dr. Richardson, pleasant night to you. It's nighttime here. How are you? Afternoon to you. How are you doing, ma'am?
I'm good. I'm not able to join. Can you? I'm not seeing. I tried to add myself and I couldn't.
I'm seeing you.
Oh, maybe that's my computer.
Yo, you are only looking at orange.
I can't see myself on the screen.
I can see you. I think if you've seen Dr. Richardson, she just left. A lot of other things happening in the country. Boomberger, how are you?
Just tell the woman that you're not seeing her unless you go up.
I seen the woman.
She said she can't see herself. They call it internet. Maybe she got one of the cheapest internet in town. They call Cricket. What kind of internet?
The internet thing again.
No, because she came in and said, "Oh, I can't see myself." Okay, doctor. She's a doctor, doctor in everything. She would diagnose and
there it is. Maybe I got at least a problem over here.
I told you the internet was messing up. There you have it.
Yeah, I got.
But Dr. Richardson, that one you were explaining something like a very interesting story, though. Bring us up to speed. I came on purposely because I want to hear what you were talking about, Dor Cooper.
Oh, those are. I just read 2 counts.
By the way.
Yeah, Dr. Richardson, go ahead, man, please.
I said Commerce Inspector, by the way.
Yeah, the Commerce Inspector, when that whole thing happened during the graduation of the University of Liberia, there were concerns raised, and the university set up an investigative committee to ascertain the circumstances surrounding how Mr. Cooper might have enrolled in the University of Liberia. How is it he was eligible to graduate and his name wasn't on the final roster? So there is an entire investigative report. I just read 2 counts. And we've been informed that the investigations have concluded. The report has been compiled and given to the relevant authorities, but as our sources we have all around, we just read 2 counts. And there are several other counts. As you go further in the counts, a pattern is established. From 2015, when the name was placed in the system, he went to school 2017, 2018, second semester. He sat only 1 semester, according to the investigative report, did 1 subject and failed, got F in that particular course. He didn't go back to school, according to the investigative report, until it was time for graduation. They took a student who had already graduated in 2019, that person's record and everything, and placed it under the name D. Cooper, bearing the ID number. You know, if you read the report, Dr. Richardson, you go further, you see that the day before graduation, another alteration was made. You know, and then somebody said they saw the name, but the name didn't have another R, and another person said they added the R because they were familiar with the name. You know, everybody stated their role. Even others said they weren't a part of it. But it's a whole big thing, Dr. Richardson. And we'll read this report out to the public, and you guys can digest it. But it's already been done as to how the commerce inspector managed to have gone to
What
graduate.
does he say, Damo? Because this thing came from Martin Cody and it been all. But what is he saying now?
Well, our efforts to contact the commerce inspector has proved fruitless. We following the trend. We're waiting for the university to speak to these investigative findings and make it public if they will, as they also announced that they set up an investigative committee to make it public, or to send it to the rest of the folks who are concerned with it as to how he got the graduation.
Where is he from? He's from Nimba, right?
Yeah, he is. He was one time superintendent, another time assistant superintendent as well. Senatorial candidate. He contested in 2020.
Well, just one question, and maybe Dr. Richardson will come in. So all these guys that fought for the rescue mission and everything, why are they pressed down and giving President Walker a hard time? Like, with all these little things that happening in the government, I mean, can they see that we got a wolf standing up there that trying to come back in? Commerce Ministry, Mudagon, LRA, the resignation of Double Jala, and Double Jala came and said, no, I'm staying here. No, we know what's up. We'll be discussing it. Public work, the money given to those contractors, that you know the story. I gave you some of those documents. They are in fly, the people demanding the money, and a lot of issue happening at public work between the minister, the deputy. And we go to even the executive mansion, you know, and they look at finance ministry. We hear that Gafwan coming up tomorrow to say what? Everything Gafwan will say tomorrow will be something already said to the lawmakers during his confirmation hearing. Nothing new. So, I mean, why are they giving Omen Bwaka a hard time? Come on, why are they giving Omen Joseph Yima Bwaka a hard time? That's Richardson. I just want you to say it, and, you know, don't think that Richardson, don't think about Mr. Cummings just for a second. Don't think about Mr. Cummings, right? And I know you love Mr. Cummings, but why people just agreed that they can give Joseph Yima Bwaka only one thing the man get on his plate, only one thing he want to fight for. He want to fight for a better Liberia. But everybody, most of the people he put there, they all just come with their own nonsense. And I know that Richardson would disagree with me, because you know what? She still got the heart of ANC. And if you bring us Sidisha on the show, I know they would disagree with me. Damn, I don't know which side you belong, but I understand. I can leave that with you. You know, yeah, I'm gonna say I'm apolitical, right? But my issue here is that they have all agreed to give President Bwaka the run for this leadership. Look at the LDA. You saw the video today. They killed a woman's son. We played that video. The woman crying. LDA is bad for them. The guys that have enriched themselves. They go do breakthrough and arrest somebody. They will set them free. They will steal the people money. Look at the Liberia National Police. Look at the allegation on Johnny Dean. The allegation on Sam Bala. On Master Quay. Look at they have their own gangsterism within the Liberia National Police. People that can do shakedown I mean, why these people feel that they can give the president a run for his early leadership in 9 months, Dama? I want somebody Liberian out there to join us tonight and make this thing so interesting. And everything he asks for, I would go and look for the bread and butter. I would bring it, and people I put there would do better. Look at the story from gender ministry. I heard that the story is not true on the front page Africa. You know, I was able to speak with the minister. I was able to speak to Frederick. And, you know, the man resigned because he's talking about mismanagement of public fund. Everywhere, Dama, everywhere, you know, I agree with you, right? Congo Johnson, they still got some good people, and I can name them. Some good people that trying. I will name Mo Ali off the back. That Mo Ali is trying. Not because I know him. I will name Stephen Johnson off the back. That Stephen Johnson is trying. I can go down the line and name people. But some of our friend Pete Cook, Uncle Pete, we are just right there. Look at our own brother Fagon. He leaving managing director ELBS to go do video recording on Waterway and tell people what to do. Everybody's so damn confused. I mean, people just missing the position, Damo. Fagon left the managing director job at ELBC, and he said you're going to do fact versus fiction because you don't even trust the reporter at ELBC because there's nothing to do. And the man want to go take exercise at the park. And the man saying the same thing that was recorded by other reporter. Then he said, I'm going to tell the city mayor to do his job. Fagon, you don't have no right within yourself to point finger and say we should do the job from another entity. You would just call the man on the side and say, my man, go make our government shine. I mean, everybody's so confused. So let's have some fair conversation tonight, folks. That Richard said, you know, I tried to say, you know what, I'm going to leave some stuff and come early. But let's know what Damo said. Only one other thing, Damo put them all of them would be ready to be in Zico tonight. So you want me to be like this, or you want me to be more than, I'm trying to be calm, Tuadu. You think this dominion is okay, right? Damo, I'm okay like this, right?
You're on the record.
It wouldn't last long. That's the thing.
You say it wouldn't last long?
It wouldn't.
I'm trying to be calm. I'm trying to be mellow. You know, I don't drink. I don't smoke. And, you know, I try to just be mellow. But you're right, Damo. Something will just hit me because it's too much. I want to find out. I want to find out one good thing that I can discuss tonight. I know the president is not
listen. I saw a clip from Nigeria where men don't drink, they don't smoke. There are 3 things men got to do. They either drink or smoke or womanize. If you don't drink, you don't smoke. Which way you can do?
I don't womanize either. I'm a married man.
Men got to do one of the two.
You don't even have a ring on your finger, Duadu.
You don't drink, you don't smoke.
You don't have a ring on your finger to show that. You get something in Liberia. They get out in your back seat, you sit at your knees. I'm a married man. Everybody, please see it. There you go. I'm a married man, right here. Faithful in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So let's get back to the show. Duadu trying to distract me. Duadu, don't do that. Men can talk off.
We got to find good things in your room. We got to find some good things about the government to promote.
What's the good thing? Somebody tell me the good thing.
Maybe the audience can help. I know. Look, we can keep claiming saying to Dr. Francis, you're welcome. Damo, how you doing? It's been a while. We can keep saying honorable people going out there and trying to hustle for the country. Maybe perhaps that's a good thing. But let's define or quantify what these hustles are. I want to hear some good things about the country, but it seems like the bad things are overshadowing the good things that may be happening. You listen to Stephen Johnson. I know most recently he's not in charge over at the airport, but
what is that?
Link together.
This guy, Dennis Ace. Dennis Ace is right?
So, every day I try to find some good things about the government. Today, I tell Listener Senator DeLong, it looks like an old video about paying in the country, the prices that continue to climb in the country. Now, I'm not suggesting this is entirely President Bouaka's fault, But the problem here is, at the end of the day, I don't know whether. Let's find the good things. Let's find the good things. And
Dr. Richardson, you were Dr. Richardson. And listen. I'm going to be here because everything I have on my list to discuss today. Yeah, daughter, you're now a married man. There's nothing on your finger. Everything I have to discuss today is one of those things. Is I really want to find that one good thing that I can boast about because I championed the Joseph Yima Boaka presidency. So I want to talk about it, Dr. Richardson. Okay. But can we talk about it within the Liberia National Police, Dr. Richardson? It's no. Can we talk about it from the Public Work Ministry? No. Can we talk about it from LRA? No. Can we talk about it? Can we go down the line? Even the executive mansion, where Grace Bay and everybody is just stealing on DSA. Can we talk about it? No. Can we talk about it with LDC? No. Can we talk about the bread and butter issue with commerce? No. Where can we find this one good thing? Talk to me, my sister, Dr. Richardson. We came on the show early just to bust the show. But talk to me, Dr. Richardson.
I wanted to go back to the story that Diamond was talking about. I can say that I share one good thing with the president is that I'm also interested in the development of Liberia. I want Liberia to at least be considered a middle income or high income country. Right now, we are considered a low income country. So we share that commonality. When I think about what Diamond said, it appears that there were a conspiracy and some conniving done with the staff at the university. They should be looked at very carefully and perhaps dismissed, or how y'all are doing Liberia like to investigate before dismissal, dismissed without payment, without salary, and let them go too, because they are just as guilty as Dora Cooper, who didn't want to honestly obtain his degree. He wanted to, use somebody else's document, use crooked ways to obtain his degree. He didn't want to study hard, us did, bust your butt. So he wanted an easy way out. So and then I understand he got his job as the commerce inspector. I think that's where he still is.
Yeah, that's where he is.
It is not adding up to me. He needs to be looked at very carefully, as well as the staff who also conspire and connived to have him obtain or was expected to obtain a degree from the university. So I think we share that commonality. In terms of something good, I would say that, I saw on the Spoon page that President Boakai was talking to people, the enterprise branch of Italy, I believe, if I read correctly. He was talking about to the branches of, enterprise or really organized or agency or organization to bring in businesses relating to agriculture and more to the country. I think that's something good. I must say, anytime we speak about businesses coming to Liberia in the interest of the people, not just businesses to enrich the people who are already rich. We're talking about agriculture. We're talking about businesses that will be fair bidding, fair for everybody. I'm very much interested in that, and I'm in favor of that. So I would say that.
Yeah, that's the French saying. And Stanton, I know the education ministry, I believe, is headed by Gerald Lincoln. I think they need to do a better job in terms of promoting what the government is doing.
That's not an education ministry.
I'm talking about information ministry. I'm sorry, information ministry. And also, too, somebody mentioned here where Ethiopian Airline operating in Liberia. I know initially, my brother, what's his name, over at Water and Sewer, there was some issues. I think Bill Carson mentioned that here, but they need to push that a little bit more now. Ethiopian Airline coming to Liberia, whether it's a direct flight from New York to Monrovia, will be a great thing for the country under this administration. But some of these things have to be championed by the information ministry and brought to the forefront. We can't allow the bad news to continue to overshadow some of the good things that are happening in the country, Stanton. I think they got to do a better job. Even at LBC with my man Fagon, they have to push these things more so that people can know what's going on. But sometimes the people want to see this, they want to feel this, as opposed to just talking about it.
Yeah, Dwala, I have to agree with you relating to flights going to Liberia. I'm not going to call any specific airline, but I think it's a good thing that needs to be championed. When there's a flight that goes strictly, it doesn't go directly to Liberia, I believe it either stop in Ivory Coast, because I actually want to ask them, or Lomé, which you
Okay.
can travel to Liberia in a day's time. Coming back, sometimes we have to fly from Liberia to Ethiopia, which I call the name, and then of course stop in Europe and then to the United States. So it's kind of like a day and a half or so.
Yeah.
The time change. That's a good thing because a lot of Liberians are looking to travel. A lot of people have been contacting me, friends and family members. They will be in Liberia. Liberia repacked in December and Center, so that's one good thing. People are traveling to Liberia. The hospitality management organizations that be prepared for Liberians who are traveling. Maybe food. I'm sure a lot of Liberians have somewhere to stay, but maybe they might want entertainment and food and all that. And all our tourist spots, the ones that we have in the country.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You are right. Again, folks, we will be starting the show shortly. We come here and talk about our other stuff. The rest of the guys will be joining us. I want to appreciate every one of you while you join Spoon Talk. Please, please, please share the program. Please share the program. We really appreciate you coming up here every day. We got a lot of story, a lot of information, a lot of stuff is happening. When you sit, you get disturbed. There's a lady out there that just there's a video cycling around that LDA killed her son. We would speak to that. We want to show you Johnny Dean from the Liberia National Police, Sam Bala, and the rest of the cartel within the police. The allegation that these guys are there to do shakedowns and rob investors. They are 419 folks. They bring them. They have people in the surveillance, a month survey going ahead and just telling them, say, yes, we got this investor to this hotel. Let's go do a complete shakedown. And I think Gregor Kuma need to be very clear, what he's doing with them. We learned that Gregor going to leave all those things and travel to the United States to come and join a conference he was scheduled to attend. But again, folks, have you observed that whenever President Barker leaves the country, some kind of trouble happens? We got something playing in the background. I think Dama is from you. Whenever President Barker leaves the country, something happens. It's like everybody free for all. It's a free flow. Your mom said, I'm going in the market to go look for dry rice. She left you home with your brothers and sister, and you just go care less. I mean, this is huge. Now, we are also getting information that documents have been circulating around that this group they call WASH. They say if you do not support Unity Party and you're attending any of CDC function, they will fire you. Something that people accused Jeremy Pierre, not how you call it, Josiah Joker of. So this thing is going through all the ministry now. You got to be a Unity partisan or you will not work in the government. They call the gentleman Yango. I think he's the director, YANGO, Yango. He said you cannot attend any opposition functions. So we're discussing today. They will fire you.
I don't.
All these guys there.
We can't get that kind of thing of credibility, my man. We know that's not the president's agenda. That's not the rescue agenda.
My man. But you know what? It would be so unfair if you don't want us to discuss it today.
No, that what I'm saying is we can give it credibility because it's just ridiculous CDC propaganda. You know that is not true.
What do you mean it's a ridiculous CDC propaganda, Duadu?
How you say these are like
Duadu, that CDC wrote it.
It's not coming from the UP organization. I see.
Duadu, you're not answering my question. I didn't say it coming from UP.
I don't know who wrote it.
Duadu, I called a gentleman named Yango.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't call Unity Party.
Yeah.
I didn't call CDC.
Correct.
I'm asking you, that CDC wrote this document that is cycling going around?
Yes, the implication.
No. Don't give me implication. Mm-hmm. Just yes or no. That CDC wrote the document from the Ministry of the Agency.
But
exactly. But then you went directly to CDC and said that CDC propaganda.
The implication stands on. Give me a second. The implication here, UP put this thing out there to disadvantage citizens who are Liberian citizens. And I don't want us to entertain such a bogus propaganda when we know
I want to hold you right there. The first one from MCC, Honor Josiah Joker, authorizing Shafa to fire those people, and right now they are fired. Was it CDC also?
No, but Josiah Jukai is doing his job because
So was it CDC? Was it CDC also?
listen, but it's not the same thing though. It's not the same thing.
Why?
This one seems like a
Well, let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let me just get there now. So we get to it.
All right.
Well, I mean, we get to it. We got all our sweetheart coming up, Glenny, Dr. Richardson, Jackie with join us. I mean, let's be fair.
Yeah.
And this is the reason why we come to the Liberian people. They will decide.
Yeah.
Is it the CDC going through MCC now to fire people? Is it the CDC when Josiah Jukai appear on the show and say these guys were so rude, they broke the code of conduct, so we have to get rid of them? No, it wasn't CDC. Is it the CDC saying that if you attend political function, then therefore don't come back and work in our government? This time it's not the Liberian people government. If we have to be fair, let's be fair across the board. But ladies and gentlemen, you know, the man I was sick, he coming with people talking in the back. I mean, you got to go back to the hospital, let us know. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and do this. We have the recording. The recording from Watch said they didn't write it. It wasn't them. But we have the people that got fired. Some of them got suspended. We're going to talk to them, and then we'll see who's doing what. I know it's not President Waka. But you got some stupid people in the government that doing some dumb stuff. To be frank, I'm going to use that word seriously. You got some dumb people in the government that doing some dumb stuff. So we have to expose them. And then let's go to PHP. The park is getting filthy. If I'm going to have to leave ELBS to go do camera job thing to ELBC, it's part of his TOR. He's a journalist. So he got to come down from his house and go to ELBC and do video recording. So the man that he's also getting a lecture and then the other people that are doing the video recording, the $1,500, no. If I'm going to take that $100 and go do his own video recording. And folks, this is getting ugly every day. The next person you will see will be Jeremy Pierre. He will be the West Point Bridge, on the beach in West Point doing video recording too. What's going on? But again, we're going to talk about that. And one of the main things people say, LRA, Double Jada resigned. Double Jada said I didn't resign, folks. Double Jada wrote his letter of resignation waiting for Jose Yeman Boaka, whether he would keep it, whether he would accept it, or whether he would reject it. So they cannot announce that in the absence of the president. We're going to discuss that. But that today, IMF was at the LRA building. I'm going to tell you guys this story. It just doesn't look good. It's bad for Double Jada. Text messages coming up and information coming up between Double Jada and Amin Modal. That Double Jada was they know. So there's no way you do me, I do you, nothing more, nothing less. So somebody will hang somebody. A lot of news. I saw the message from Alexander Cummings today. I don't know. I will ask Dr. Richardson whether this is the Alexander Cummings page. We hope that Dr. Richardson can confirm or deny. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. Understand? That's Alexander Cummings. Alexander Cummings saying, I want to make sure that this is Alexander Benedict Cummings. I want to make sure this is his page. I will post it. I know Glennie, she doesn't like Alexander Cummings, but I will post it because of her. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them.
Alexander Cummings or oil was 2%.
No, brother. Don't make Glennie drive on that, beg you. And one of the big things happened today. The EPS guys that were gun on their waist, the former EPS, they went to the Minister of Justice and had a full lockdown. They had to call the Liberia National Police to clear the area. It's bad. The EPS guy then went into the Minister of Justice on 14th Street. I think that's where it's located. And they took over and they called the Liberia National Police. They are threatening to come back again. We are receiving information that EPS and the Army wives, they would join forces together for Christmas Day to lock down the country. This is very, very concerning. And we just hope and just believe that every Liberian, what happened today, the journalists don't want them to report Duadu. And the police got telling them not to report it. Yeah. Is that the new information going to the police that they want to hide something? They went there to report it and they said, no, we will not allow you guys to do any live coverage. We don't want the world to know what's happening. So we'll discuss that today. There's a lot of story, folks, a lot of information coming up. Some good, some bad. President Walker, we will talk about him. He stayed in Rome. He should be in Liberia this weekend. A lot of story coming. Or share the show now. If you choose not to share the show, then just turn up the volume, your radio. But you have to share the show. You have to. You have to share the show. We asking you. Ikanan Logan or Odomia Jollof Rice. How can somebody last name be Jollof Rice? Oro Gawe. Gawe, how you doing? Yeah, that skin person there. Patrick, what? Again, everybody, Matthew, want to say you share the show. Let's have a great show. Right now it's 4:40. We got 20 minutes to talk Tabata. Let's welcome Sister Glennie and welcome Paul Kennedy. It's good to have you guys back and talk to us. Glennie, it's good to see you. Glennie, by the way, before you say anything, happy birthday to your mom. I believe that's your mom, right? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, but your mom is dark skin and you're light skin. Why?
She's actually not dark skin.
She adopted you?
She's
I believe
actually
so.
not that. No, don't worry. I will take my time to answer you.
Glennie's father was light skin.
Remember, let me talk to Glennie. Let me talk to Glennie. I asked you to be there.
She's actually not dark skin.
Is the Oma listening to us? Because I want to ask her whether you are adopted.
You want me to let me call her so you can?
Yeah, I want to ask her whether you are adopted.
All right,
please.
let me get a phone to her.
Yeah, please do. That make it very clear today because I get the mixed information whether you're adopted or whether I don't know. Yeah. Can you get a phone to the Oma? Wish her happy birthday.
Before I kill her, I would tell her that crew man talking so she get cussy in crew.
Yeah, the phone to the Oma. Wish her happy birthday. Yeah, that's the Granny from Ghana. But the Baraka. Fortunately, talk to us. Yeah, man.
Something wrong with stand up.
Yeah, man. I see the Oma. The Oma look different from Glennie. I said, but what happening? Then I heard that she was adopted when she was 9 months old. And, Lenny had to stand up. Glennie was adopted from
Bujumbura. She was 9 months old on Bujumbura. What was that?
Oh, let's talk to me, man.
You gotta control your man. I don't know why you on, but yeah. First of all, is that Glennie that went to a divorce party, and then
Not me. Say I did not mommy. Glennie. But why you left the show? You put it on my own and you left the show? All right, Mama, how you doing?
I'm all right with myself.
Happy birthday to you, though. Happy. Everybody here saying happy birthday to you.
I appreciate it.
So what's your full name?
Edson Robert Jr., you know, Councilor Jr. that in Morovia.
Yeah, I heard of him.
And my husband. He was my husband, but he passed.
So how long you been together for? How long you guys were together for?
We were together for 46 years.
Wow, 46 years. Happy birthday to you. But we got one question before we sing the birthday song. Where did you adopt Glennie from? Which country she was adopted from?
I don't know where it's my child.
Well, so please hang on. Let's sing the happy birthday song to you. I will sing the happy birthday song to you. We say thank you very much. Happy birthday to you. We love you. And as always, Glennie is on the show to help make Liberia better. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mama. Happy birthday to you. May God bless you. May God bless you. May God bless you, dear. Happy birthday to you. Thank you very much. Happy birthday to you, Mama. Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right. So you see, Glennie, the woman said Glennie was adopted, and we heard that information very clear. And now we will move. I see why Glennie, that yellow woman. But talk to us, Paul Kennedy. The woman having a great time. Thank God for her life. Thank God she reached this far. And we pray that God can extend her years. She's very strong. I saw the picture. I was happy. She's very, very strong.
Yeah, good evening. I'm glad to be back. You know, being away for a while. My doctor actually told me to stay away from Stanton for 3 days. Lenny, you see the doctor note? It says stay away from Stanton. Some of the heart attack and all the pain you're getting, all the chest pain, that Stanton creating problem for you. Because every time he see you on set,
I don't think the doctor already know American. I think it's
Oh Lord,
okay.
your father is out. Are you causing?
I don't think the doctor know American though.
I think the doctor does. The doctor knows Stanton with his phone. He knows everybody on the show. So he went ahead and wrote a note. It's a stay away order. You know, you can put restraint order on people. Just imagine we're on TV. The man says, just stay away from you. I'm not near the man. He said, all the problems, all the stress in your life is caused by one person. He said, once you can stay away from that one person, you'll be okay. And that's what I've been trying to do. My brother got to beg me to come back. But anyway, it's good to be here. And, you know, let's look forward to holding discussion concerning the one common denominator we have. One common denominator. You take like blood from us, we are nothing. Because even everywhere we go in the world, the first thing they put look at you, where are you from? Where are you from? Even in America, you pass around, you say hello, they say, where are you from? You say, oh, I live in Washington, D.C. They say, no, originally, where are you from? They will put out originally there so that you know that you're not from anywhere else but Liberia. You know, so when you hear us stretching our vein, hitting our head, is to make Liberia better so that we don't have to be in other people's country. You know, that's why we come here every day, to make the country better so that we can live there. We have constant LEC. Jackie, they're not having LEC in Georgia. In less than 2 weeks, the LEC back, and Georgia is doing just fine. I think they got a couple of segments that don't have electricity right now. Everywhere is restored. Florida, people are working there 24/7 to make sure that the customers that lost power get power. These things are not privileges. They are our rights to have water, electricity, land right. Brother, we need to talk about land right. Like brother is 171 year old, 176 year old, or 77. Nobody should be selling land to 2%.
I mean, you're real quick that we gotta go. I thought the doctor said you gotta listen to me.
So you know, I'm really glad to be back, and let's hit the discussions that really, let's talk the discussion, discuss the issues that really mean well for the unity of our country.
Thank you very much. Seriously, we do appreciate you and we wish you well. Thank you very much. Glennie, talk to us, sister.
Hello, everybody. It's good to be on. Thank you for that gesture. My mother appreciates it, and so do I. Thank you so much. She's 76. I shared with a few persons today that 10 years ago, in 2014, I lost my grandmother, and my mother was sick in the ICU, dying, and I had to go bury my grandmother because she was the only daughter. So while I was there to bury my grandmother, within 4 days, my father died. So 2014 was a really tough year for me. And so when I came back to the States after burying my grandmother and my father, I had to be faced with a decision of making a decision to put my mother on dialysis or to let her die. And so I made a decision for her to be on dialysis, and she's been on it for 10 years. And I've been taking care of my mother since 2010, and she's been here with me and my children. And I just want to give God the praise today for her, that we still have her, and she's on dialysis. She goes 3 times a week. That's why she's a little dark, because of the therapy that she's taking there. But I thank God that I lost 2 persons, but he kept my mother for me, and I still have her in my life today. So I'm really grateful, and I appreciate you for recognizing her today on her birthday. Thank you.
You're welcome, Glennie. Seriously, we do. We say happy birthday to her. We really appreciate it and everything. But this question I often ask, Dr. Richie saying, we're not in the show yet. Why did men can die before the women? No, man, come on, guys.
I was trying to refer to what I said.
Look around. Look around
I
you.
said from the beginning of the show.
Look, Dr. Richardson, let me lay this up. Because when I ask a question, people say, but why I can take the question from?
The only crew and Baza men can die before that woman.
No, that's not true.
They
That's not
rude,
true.
they're disrespectful to the woman.
No, Paul, let me throw for 1 minute.
The normal men can live, they can outlive their woman. Do I allow normal Gola men? They can outlive their woman. Crew and Baza men can die soon. You see, plenty of crew older than Baza around.
I am not even restricting this to Liberia alone. Clearly, we work in the nursing home, we work in the hospital setting, we know how it is. You find most women in the nursing home than men. You find the women that so they are living without the husband. Not that the husband divorced them, but they are dead. It's true.
Yeah, but sometimes
on it. So,
explanation for it.
Yeah, talk to me.
Yeah, this is not something central. This is global. If you're looking in a country, the life expectancy for women is usually higher than men's. We can talk about the information is out there. Men tend to be riskier in life than women are, even though they bear children. But sometimes, based on the way they live their life, we rescue, we do so many other things that make us die sooner. In fact, even with insurance companies, if you want to insure a man or woman, we tend to make the insurance for the man higher because there is a tendency that we die quicker. We don't go to the hospital. Personal story, even when it was time to go do my colonoscopy, I refused. My wife got to tell me and carry me there. Setting checks, when you turn 30, you turn 40. You don't want to do it. Men would not go to the hospital. And this is another statistics. Men that are married, on average, tend to live a little bit longer than men that are not married. Because you get forced by somebody to do certain things. Yeah.
Let's hear from Dr. Richardson and Glendy because Paul said, well, it's only Basel women or Basel male crew, something he's joking with. But Dr. Richardson, what say you though? Why men, seriously, globally, all over, you find men dying, they will go before the wives. Why? It's true.
I don't know. I really, I'm not updated with that facts, but I have heard the research on that. Likewise, I heard about married men as well, married couple. And so, I don't know. I'll have to read up on it. But I just wanted to add that, Gandhi, your story is such a moving testimony about your experience with grief and loss. And I just want to share that if Glendy can make time to be here with everything that she has going on in her life, to be here to speak for the Liberian people, I just want to say thank you and happy birthday to your mom.
Thank you.
Paul, you need to listen to your body.
And one of the things that people talk about, Tuadu, like you said, infrequent doctor's visit. Infrequent doctor visit, risk-taking behavior, cancer, Y chromosome, developmental disorder, occupational hazard, suicidal, heart disease. They listen to all these different things because the men go out to hustle. But yet and still, this is a big conversation. And if you ask anybody right now, you'll find in 10 to maybe 5 out of 10, the man, the man with that. I don't know. You guys, you want to die before your wife? Paul Kennedy, you want to die before your wife?
I'm going for it, but I don't think that's what's really essential.
Nobody will ask no.
No,
I don't want that before my wife.
Why you're not answering?
I'll answer you.
The question you ask, the question is not, and stay to another factor too, and we don't want to say this. And for your in-law bureau, where you're following this small trainer with a 15-year age gap. In his stay the way you want to say about that.
No, but my man,
you know what happened? Sharon Mohammed Hamdi said the side check is him. Sharon said the side check is him.
That's a good word.
Let me just say, yes, I mean the statistics are out there, but in my situation with my father, he had a fall in the Temple of Justice yard.
Yeah.
And they took him to Cooper's clinic. He was bleeding, and Cooper clinic said they couldn't take care of him. And then they took him to JFK. He stayed in the car for 15 minutes before the doctor came outside. And that's how he died in the car.
Imagine.
So his situation was that's when you hear me talking about Liberia, that's my story.
No, I believe your story, but that's the story to get it old man. What a real story.
That's the story. I was in Liberia when my father died. I was there.
What are the first three things?
Dr. Richardson, wait. I beg you, wake up to you. Wait, Dr. Richardson.
I was there when he died.
That's the story to get it old man.
Let's get to the walk out wish. Let me get wish.
What were the three things you said when you first started the show? Because I believe those three things.
Oh yeah, they say a man must be tied to one or three things. This is a Nigerian talk show that came up with it. He was asking the minister, and I'll tell you exactly what happened. They say if a man doesn't smoke, he doesn't drink, and he doesn't womanize, then there's one or three things he's doing. Then the minister said, "Well, I no longer smoke, I no longer drink, and I stopped womanizing since I got old." So one of those three things are precipitating factors to why we don't live too long. And Dr. Francis, we take a lot of risk. I know all our year when I hear outside cheering, inside cheering. Back in the days, I would put it maybe people born before 1970. It was very normal in Liberia to get 2-3 families. They would get a big family in the inside cheering, and then the outside cheering. This was the norm. Now, whether that contributes to it, I don't know. Maybe positively in this case. Stanton, you think it's positive?
Well, but biologically, and Dralu, you are right, because there are biological, there are environmental, and there are lifestyle factors that affects life expectancy. That's why when you are in a very poor country, your life expectancy seems to be lower than the people who are in affluent and good economic well country. Even in the personal life, if you take more risk, you will come to die early. But then our genetic, which is part of the biology, is the testosterone level in us, get us to be overly zealous. We get angry quick. If you get angry quick every time, you're going to develop heart problem eventually.
Yeah.
And then, of course, once you get heart problem, now you have 1 foot in the grave. So you are quite correct with it. Biological factor, other life social factor, and environmental factor. Of course, if you go and live in a chemical exposed area, you're not going to live longer than the people. The water you drink, you got to take care of the water you drink. If the water you drink is polluted, it's going to increase your blood gases, and eventually something's going to happen to you. So it's all risk factor. That's why people who get more money, they try to live in environments that will add up to their life value. But they still die because they get money and they're thinking about who come and take some of the money. Don't worry, they don't sleep at night.
But let me give you Liberia statistics, guys. This is true. If you're living in Liberia, you don't have access to a developed country. If you're a man, the probability of going over 62 years is highly unlikely. If you're a woman, I believe right now is 67. So if you're a man in Liberia, but if let's say you're living in America, if you're a man, you could hit 77 years. I think women right now is about 82 years on average. This is the life expectancy. So Paul is entirely right. Social economic positions, locations, etc., all contribute to your life expectancy.
About the biological factor, and women do experience hormonal changes every month, and then when we hit menopause, okay, so that could cause us to have emotional problems, depression, anxiety, and what have you. So I think we have to look at that in terms of how that contributes to our life.
Yeah, you are quite correct, Dr. Richardson. But my question remains the same because Dualu and Paul didn't answer. So who going first, you or your wife? Dualu and Paul.
You're asking me directly?
Yeah.
I mean, given the statistics, there is a high probability I will go first. Given the statistics, I mean, some of the risks we take, some of the nonsense we do, your wife will be more careful in terms of driving. I mean, so many things. So
if God asks you that, you will say, yeah, you will go first?
If God asks me, I'll bet God is going, give me 85. I'll be 85 going and tell me, no problem, I'll be happy.
So, I'm not going to play God on this station. I will leave that decision to God. whoever he decide to carry first. Then why you laughing? Yeah. I like how you sit around with Stanton talk about I want to go for my wife. Go for why you we're not gonna sleep tonight. He said now I'm talking about I'm going first.
Oh Lord, listen,
I'll leave that up to God and God's decision to decide.
Amen. Amen, my brother. Amen.
Remember, you scared, man.
I grew up in Baptist church. My man,
Thank you.
Smart, man.
That's
the Baptist church will leave everything to God. And God deciding.
So most of the other question, right? How many? Oh, it's 5 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock in Liberia now, so we will stop and get into the show. But I want to squeeze one question in ready though. Do you think that if you pass on, your wife or significant other should remarry, have somebody else?
Yes, why not?
Yeah, why not? That's a good thing, actually, really. Because you're not here, my man. Look, life. Let me tell you why we screaming on this show. We're not here for a long time. If she or he get more joy in their lives, this is a good thing.
So, do you think they should remarry?
It's up to them. I don't care. At that point, I'm a dead man.
They should remarry your best friend?
Yeah. So what?
To fear quoi?
In the intro, the time when a man dies, he can stay 7 days standing behind the door. 7 weeks, he can be standing behind the door. Just take in my hand, let her make me how you do our thing.
Wait, Dr. Brooklyn, I know you the doctor. You choose to answer because you're ready. I don't want to get in situation. Just leave for us alone for one more minute. We're begging you. Then you can speak on it if you want. You can stay on the show and enjoy it. Dr. Richardson, if indeed you want Mr. Richardson to remarry,
no comment.
Should Mr. Richardson?
We're gonna do it
anyway. Wait, Glenny. Anyway, Glenny, you single, so you care less right now. You are free. But Glenny though.
Yeah, but
Kenny, what about you?
I ain't gonna talk to you, Center.
But
sometimes when the person died, even when the person died, they remarry. When the person divorced, they remarry. So why you looking at death?
So if the person died, your husband should remarry.
You will want that, Center.
Why would that not happen?
So the
question is, Stanton, what controls do you have over that? You are dead. You are
my man. You're gonna make the commitment now with your wife or your husband.
This is not a directive. You're not.
Listen, what I'm saying, you want that person to marry. Do I say yes? Should your wife marry your best friend?
So, Stanton, what you're trying to do is ask somebody to leave an advance directive. In medicine, we call it.
Everything you were saying. I asked a simple question here, my man. Leave me with advance directive. What you have, man? Listen, with people asking this question, Glenny is free because she ain't got anybody now, but Glenny had this burden because her husband in Liberia. We married somebody else.
My husband, I never my husband. I beg you.
Look at that.
Dr. Richardson, you didn't answer though. Should A be married somebody else?
He said no comment. Dr. Richardson said no comment.
Oh, you said no comment, right? All right. So we're going to turn this whole thing over to the pastor, to the Reverend, the man of God, Dr. Rudolph Brooklyn. Can you help close us?
What did
the Bible say? Should that person remarry and marry the best friend or the brother friend?
Even the Bible says when people getting remarried. Carry on there, baby.
I'll say so the question you asked is twofold. It's not just what the Bible say, it's what the tradition practices. So Catholics have approach than Pentecostal. So it's how faithful you are to your tradition and about remarriage. But just from the human perspective, what are you looking for in marriage? You're looking for joy, for fulfillment, and all those things. So if you were to pass on, do you not want joy, fulfillment, contentment for the person who you consider your best friend. So why would you think differently? Those conversations we already had it in our own family plenty time. I told my wife when I die, my marriage, I made sure the man when I wear my clothes and he will have small money to support himself. But I want you to be happy. I want you to enjoy
Why
yourself.
you not wear clothes?
Emily,
No, the man, no man, it make it buy, no, give my clothes to people in Liberia. Plenty people here need it. And the man can buy his own clothes, he need to be a woman like my wife. Marry, have fun, enjoy, laugh. And we talk about as a family. All my children,
yeah, you wear
everybody
your own
wants
because you got
to
some nice suits, so you got
But
some nice suits. I
there are
wear your
problem. Let
own.
me ask you a question. There
I
are
don't
problem. Let
want
me
to give
ask
it
you
to
a
other
question.
people. If a man come and get bring your own suit, something wrong with
There are
that thing.
problem. Suppose the wife like to see you around, so she say, you know what? I really used to let this suit on my husband. So please, I need you to wear it. Why
You
you
might
do?
hang out throughout the suit in the closet. Every time you got you look at it. That man buy
You know,
give it to people.
let me clarify something because
Look, today we had a conversation in my class, in my doctoral class. I told her, I said the essence of living is giving. So give it to people. If I'm not here, what you doing with the thing? Give it to people. But that dude who coming in, he gonna bring it on. And he brother, oh my wife very expensive. She very expensive. So
and I just wanted to
I
clarify something. There's a reason why I said no comment. My husband's first wife passed away, so it's not a conversation that I can have easily. So that's why I said no comment. So that's why I don't. I mean, I pinpoint I run with his story. So I just want to clarify that.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. So actually, AB have answered the question. He remarried.
Correct.
So will you allow him to remarry when you pass?
I'm telling you, I already answered the minute.
Oh, I forget. I didn't get it. It's all right. I'm sorry.
But answer your own
Listen.
Yeah. What you on the tell her? You asking question. We asking you the same question. What you say?
Mm-hmm.
So what's your question for me?
Oh, selective amnesia, right? You forget. The question you
Who should
forget.
die first? Who should die first? You and you allow.
I want to die first.
Okay, so when you die, allow marry somebody else, right?
You can marry anybody.
Not only somebody else. You marry one of your friends.
You can marry anybody.
Best friend.
Yeah. I pray to God.
Somebody from school.
I pray to God. I know your own school, you my money, you're not you. I know your own spoon. What you my money? You will die when you enter my house. You're not you.
You see what I was saying? Bring your own money. The same thing. Bring your own blood. Now
So, ladies and gentlemen, we say thank you for joining us, having this great forum. It's always good to have you. We can discuss a serious issue about our country, but we sit back, discuss family issue, joke, laugh. This is who we are. Thank you for sharing our show. Continue to invite your friends. I know the radio having a little problem right now. They are making all necessary adjustments because we just had a full maintenance repair. Okay. Again, I want to say to all of you, it will get better as the week goes by. Thank you for joining us, and please consider, if you listen to us by way of the radio, please consider the sign. We are fully aware, and the technicians are working. They are working on it. I also would like to say to all of you, we got great conversation today. We're going to lay it out. We'll be finishing up with the Liberia National Police. We heard that Gregor Kuma is on his way to the United States to attend certain conference. It is important. That's a whole breaking news came up from the Liberia National Police just from yesterday to today within 24 hours. I think Gregor Kuma is pushing. But yes, indeed, the critics, they are blaming Gregory. They are holding him responsible because they say he knew those guys. He knew those guys. He knew that they were within a certain cartel, a 419 operation. When investor comes to the country, guess what happened? They set certain people to ship that investor that know the hotel they're in, how much money they bring into the country. Shake them down. My guy recorded, people calling me and saying, Stanton, this is not a new story. But these guys were caught because the money went the wrong way. And I want Liberians to know this. Somebody refused to pay somebody Duado. So somebody snitched. And that's how we got to know. And it's bad. So let's start the show with the Liberia National Police. Let's finish this up. And then we'll move up to LRA, the information that Double Jada resigned. If it is true, if it is false, we will let you know. And what we know from LRA will also inform you. Then we'll work our way around. I mean, the country is big, but today we must discuss Jose Yeman Barker, his achievement and what he's doing in Rome. Let's talk about Liberia National Police and let's just finish it up. Dr. Richardson, you go first.
It's very sad to hear that there's a syndicate going on in our country where people can come and steal money from investors or scare them off. It is not good for our country. We really want investors to come. We want people to feel safe and secure, and the people who are supposed to protect and serve the Liberian people at the highest level will be the police. So I would encourage Gregory Coleman to take care of this issue ASAP before he leaves the country. I've been pondering and I've been kind of thinking about the situation since yesterday when we discussed it. If it is left with me, they will not be suspended. They will not be investigated. They will be fired on the spot. Okay. And the reason why I say this is that they took an oath to execute the responsibilities of being a police officer. So you swear, it's almost like signing. It's almost like agreeing. And then they did an unlawful wrong act. They were unbecoming of a police officer. So what? And Gregory Coleman, he said Kenya and told us four things. He said one, they at least three things I can remember. He said one, they had an illegal injury. Two, they did the arrest without probable cause. Three, they stole this man money. And he said another four that I'm forgetting right now. But he already outlined this stuff. What do they need to investigate? Just fire on the spot because they violated the police oath of protecting and serving the public. That's how I feel about it.
Dr. Francine, thank you so much. Look, guys, let's not sugarcoat this thing. This was breaking and entering. It was felony robbery. This is what happened. In fact, even heightens that more. They use their position to enter this man's premise on a false pretenses. These guys, look, let's stop this. The reason why most serious organizations vet the people that work within that organization and keep setting standard, because if the people do not share the value of that organization, there is a high tendency they're going to break that entire organization down. I will continue to stress on this network, and I'm not going to get tired of this. If a man does not feel for himself and his family, it is not the state's responsibility to worry about whether this man gets fired or he goes to jail. The only way we can strengthen democracy in Liberia, the rule of law, has to take precedence above everything else. Every time when this happens, we go behind closed doors and we say, oh, my man, you're forgetting, man. You know the man been here for a long time. You are weakening us as a society. We are not going to grow. I will say this and I will give it to Glendy. The harm this caused to Liberia, it is substantially more expensive than the $5,000 that was stolen from the Korean and the Vietnamese. Imagery is everything. They cost every single Liberian in that country. They cost us something that is more valuable than the $5,000. This is what they've done to us. Wendy.
And I like to start from where you ended. Hello, everybody. It's good to be on. I think that point is the point that Liberians and the police director should focus on. The fact that it shows us out. And the fact that somebody, I think, said that yesterday, people tell somebody will tell somebody who will tell somebody they will be discussing about investment in Liberia and the struggles that they go through. That is even more important. That is an important reason as to why this case needs to be investigated correctly to the letter, so that it serves as a deterrent for anybody to do this again. And it also shows to the investment community out there, people that want to invest in our country, that they will have enough security and that they will be supported. So their investment will be supported in Liberia. So I don't know yet if Gregory Coleman gets what the public is asking for, but I clearly do know that he understands what he needs to do. And hopefully he can get to do that sooner rather than later, instead of shielding these guys, because it's not going to do anything better for our country and for what it looks like out there to the international community. He needs a stronger response than what he has given already. I think it's only fair for people who, even for Liberians who want to come back to Liberia to invest. This is going to say a lot to them also, not just foreigners, but for Liberians who have it and want to come back. They're going to be thinking twice, because it's almost like this was an organized attack, an organized crime, and he's already said everything that has happened. I don't know why it's taking so long to do the right thing, in my opinion. Is it Paul?
Yes, so breaking and entering and coercing people or forcing them as a police or law enforcement officer to take away their money does not only reflect on that individual, like Glennie and Dwalu before me, it reflects on the image of the country, and it paints the country really bad, because when people talk about investment climate, the investment climate is also associated with those people who are keeping the rule of laws in the country, who are enforcing and protecting investment. If the protector who's supposed to be there to ensure that if you come and put your dollar in the economy, your dollar is safe, nobody comes at night to harass you, is now going and harassing people, that sends a wrong image, wrong message around to would-be investors, people who even have the intention to come into the country, because these investors talk to each other. Let me just tell you a personal story. I was in China trying to, talk to some investors, and one of the questions one of the guys asked me was, "Do you have Chinese in Liberia?" So I answered him, "Yes." He said, "But why? This is a very beautiful plan. Why didn't you discuss it with the Chinese who are already in Liberia, and you are flying 7,000-8,000 miles to come to us here?" That question had an honor tone. In fact, he went over to say, they know you better. He said the Chinese in Liberia are already taking the risk because they are there and they know you better. Why didn't you consult any of them, but you are coming here to Beijing? So these people are talking to each other, from my intuition of it. Why would we want to invest in your country when we don't even know anything about your country? They do know stuff about our country. And then a couple of folks are sending wrong messages, wrong images. I think they should be penalized. I think, they should go through the justice system. I don't think that they should just, fire them and let them go. I think if they are even fired, they should still be recommended to turn over to the justice system to probe into this matter to get the motive. Why are they going to investors' homes? Why are they breaking and entering? I mean, that's a criminal offense at the highest. So I definitely think that it blackmails us as a country, and it make it even difficult for those people who have money to come to the country to want to invest. So I think they should be persecuted. Dr. Brokler?
So police are giving authority, right? And they have the responsibility to protect. They have the responsibility to keep us safe, because safety is necessary so that people can be the best self in the country or in the community. So the bar is higher. I want to say this because I think sometimes people forget. The bar is higher, the level of tolerance is lower. Why? Because these are the people who are trained. Don't forget, they not only have the authority, many of them have arms, so it can be very intimidating. They also have opportunity. So with all those privileges, with all that responsibility, you as an officer, you must be very careful. Because think about it, if we start to perceive the people who protect us are the one who's going to persecute us. I didn't say persecute. That's legal term. That's persecute me, do something wrong. It's scary. Then people start to feel unsafe, insecure. So that's why when something like this happens, it is important to be thorough but to do it in an expeditious way. Remember now, we live in a country where the culture of impunity affects all of us in an adverse way. So to me, the IG and his folks handle this one quickly. Be very decisive and move forward. It will send a message throughout the police apparatus that this is not going to be tolerated. And then we, the people, start to feel safer. It builds confidence in the police. For these kind of things to just drag and drag, it's not here. So I hope they can do this one, do it quickly. Then more has to be done other than just fire one person, other than just put people on death, suspension, because that's what it is. Administrative, not disciplinary. More needs to be done. So the IG needs to just settle this one. It's good for him. It's good for the force. It's good for the public.
Okay, thank you very much. Excuse me. Let me say this. It is important for us to know the reason why we broke this news to you on Monday. Tuesday, we ran with the story, and we're doing it today. It got to register in the minds of those guys, Eduardo. It got to sink in. Our country, when you run a story one day for 30 minutes, they say, oh, okay, that one is finished. No. More to this story is coming up. And people will say, but Stanton, why are you still running with this? Because more. Who are those guys? The same bala. Somebody give me the whole rap sheet on Johnny Dean. Who is Johnny Dean? This is Johnny Dean. This is Johnny Dean. And somebody said, well, who is Sam Bala? This is Sam Bala. Who is Massaquoi? This is Massaquoi. But how many Johnny Dean, how many Sam Bala, how many Massaquoi we have in the Liberia National Police? Yes, the story. The guys there create an avenue to do shakedown. Some people say, oh, these ghost people, there was an investor, they came to hustle to buy gold, whatever the case may be. I have a recording, I will play the recording shortly. Who all received the money from this organization? It's like an organized crime. But then Eduardo, Dr. Rich is saying, Paul Kennedy, Dr. Boble, why people want to blame a network and the government have not spoken though? I'm not talking about Gregory Coleman now. Well, where's the solution base here? Am I missing something? When you think the government as a government should address the issue because the 6 minute press statement that was issued by Gregory Coleman is not enough. He didn't fire those guys then. They're still getting paid. And we should say that. Sam Bala was still receiving his pay. All of them that were involved, the only person that was dismissed, that's the gentleman that was suspended, who was Massaquoi. But all the other guys, they stay enjoying, they stay carrying on what they usually carry on, they're still boasting, they say they are not in jail. So what form, what kind of disciplinary action that was posed onto them? What kind? Dr. Richardson, we are not saying anything. The statement here seemed to be vague. It seemed to be October 15, 2024, the Liberia National Police has with immediate effect dismissed. Guess what happened? One of its officers and suspended 2 others for impropriety and gross misconduct. During the press briefing at the headquarters of the Liberia National Police, IGP Coleman narrated that on Saturday, October 12, 2024, during the evening, our Assistant Commissioner of Police, Sam Bala, codename R2, Patrolman Augustine Ben, and Sensi C. Massaquoi criminally entered into the hotel room of Mr. Now, if you say criminally, if you think this was done criminally, what was done and what was said by Adri Kuma, you think it's sufficient? It's not. Who all took the money? You had 6 police officers that was on this organization to go to that hotel. When the people came in the country, let me explain the story. They had civilians that working along with the police officer. They identified the folks. They knew the hotel they were in. That's what they usually do. We have 10 investors come in the country. We know the hotel. We're going to serve them to be the driver. We're going to serve them to take them around. But those same guys working along with some people within the police. When they get to know more about the investors, and then they create a situation to rob them. I mean, it doesn't look good. You cannot blame a network that saying this thing and say, oh, don't talk about it, it's enough. When will you say it's enough when these guys then say receiving the paycheck, they're still chilling, they are not behind bar but one person, and you say you try to follow police procedure. And Dr. Richardson, let's close on this, but it doesn't look good. We want more to this story. We want more to this story because it's important that, I don't know if I'm allowed to play this recording. Dr. Richardson, you'll take 30 seconds and speak. Let me ask this person that sent me this recording if I should play this recording and see how damaging it is. Who all received the money? They are calling people names. And the only reason why this story came about because they didn't satisfy a couple of the guys that went there to receive their own share. So somebody let the cat out of the bag. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
So, again, I'm in favor of firing and maybe investigating later just to set the record straight. No country wants the police department to be involved in any illegal activities such as illegal entry, wrongful behavior like stealing money from our investors, forcing people to take mock shots, giving a warrant to someone or arresting people without probable cause. No country wants the police to do that. So we have to send a message. And the only way that we can send a message is to fire them and allow RG Coleman, to revamp the police culture. One of the reasons why I think that the police culture should be revamped is the police are expected to hold a higher level of authority. They're in a position of power, all right? And so we want them to protect us, we want them to serve us. They can't be doing this. It tarnishes the country reputation. It makes us look very, very bad. So in other countries, one of the reasons what they do is they have a method of putting people in the police force. They are properly vetted. They are assessed. I've participated in several assessments where we try to make sure that this person is okay with holding gun. The probability of this person stealing, the probability of this person beating a private citizen. So all of these things are things that psychologists and police IG look for. You can't just bring people just because they were in the police force before and they have some kind of training. I'm asking for the IG to revamp, change the political culture for the sake of Liberia. Thank you. Great, Dwalu.
Dr. Francine, thank you. And I agree with you substantially. I want to make something clear. One of the reasons why we come here, not just to inform, but when the opportunity presents itself to provide some education, we are going to do this. I don't want people to confuse administrative action with due process of law. Just because they fire you, it doesn't mean you didn't get due process of law. If you do something that is criminal in nature, your job can go, man, that Dr. Brooker said yesterday, that armed force for you to work in government, it's a tremendous honor and privilege to work in government. So when they fire you, it doesn't mean you didn't get due process. Let's start confusing the two. Now, I want to say this directly. Yet another thing that's happening in those things. If a person comes at the pool of entry, our law requires you to declare a certain amount of money that you have on you beyond certain portion. If I'm bringing money to the country, and I believe the probability that I'm going to get robbed is especially by the police, I'm not going to declare my money for somebody to know what I'm declaring at the port of entry. But my main point I want to make is directly to Gary Coleman. If you read a press release, and in that press release, you state unequivocally the criminal nature of your police officers, and you declare that what they did was criminal in nature, and you are not taking the desired action, you are actually facilitating this crime. Let me repeat. You have a statutory mandate from the Republic of Liberia. If you believe a crime was committed and your solution to that crime being committed is to only interdict those people and not actually go through the due process of law by arresting them with handcuffs. The handcuffs are important. I said this in the last time. It's part of the judicial process. When they put handcuff on you, it sends a powerful message. If you put handcuff in Dwalu, on Dwalu hand, you put my hand behind me, you came to the police station, they raised me, they booked me, it sends a message. It is not just because I handcuff. The message is there for a reason. Hey, my brother Paul Kennedy.
Yeah, Dralu, you are 100% correct. The thing has economic impact. Investors come into your country because they want trust. Once it is heard that one of them have been tampered with, that creates a distrust in the investors among the investment community, and that will definitely economically affect the country. If that's revenue also lost, because when investors come with the intention to invest in your country, they are bringing money to the country. If they begin their investment proceeding, they'll have to register businesses, they'll have to pay taxes. That's money that could come to our national covers. So, and that money can be used to improve. So it has economic impact. It also has some social impacts. If even the citizens, we as citizens here, police who's supposed to be protecting us are taking money from foreigners, we're not going to trust the police. And like Stanton said, this is a whole synergy of people from civilians who are working to be informants and giving information to the police. These civilians should also be looked at, and because they are facilitating crimes. And if it is true or proven that they were part of giving information to abate the criminals in this nature, the police people to come to harass the people, they should also be, indicted and sent to court and prosecuted, and the hotels. We need to find out from the hotel what is their security mechanism, because we're talking about tourism. I hear about the tourism. Once there is news leaving Liberia that people are entering hotel rooms and taking things from people, and not just ordinary people, the police is involved, I can almost guarantee you that's going to shoot the tourism and culture down in the country. So this thing is bigger than we are looking at it. I think there should be an immediate investigation and some actions taken, because these actions will secure and will help to reduce the kind of bad news account. People are watching this. People are on the internet. Before people come to the country, they Google facts about the country, and they see these things on the internet. It scares them from coming into the country. So I think something should be done.
Thank you. Dr. Bopler, please.
Stanton, I'm hearing that these officers were rehired by IG Coma. I don't know how true it is. So I don't know if they left the force, because I know Greg was IG before. This is second rodeo. So I don't know if they left the force and were rehired. So the word is that he knows them, and he knows that some of them are shady people, and he rehired. Now, if that's true, I don't know if it's true, that's what I'm hearing. But if that's true, then that's poor judgment on his part. When these kinds of things happen, is gaining national attention and all of that, you escalate. So you escalate because, okay, this one is important. It's important for that's why we're talking about sending a message. You use it as an opportunity to send a message to all. Because look, the majority of police in Liberia are not bad people; they're good people. So you want to send a message, but bad apples can spoil a whole bunch quickly. So you send a message. So one, if they're rehired, then it's time to let them go. Two, I would like to know a little more about the persons who were victimized. We're talking a lot about the police, but it would be helpful to know a little more about the people who were victimized. That's why I think a swift investigation is in the best interest of the public and the police.
So, guys, thank you very much. Thank you again. I want to say, listen, for us to just let this story go, I think it won't be fair. I don't know whether you guys will agree with me, but I just think it won't be fair for us to allow this story to go. We got to do better. We got to help President Jose Yima Bwaka to do better. There was no way Liberians are crying every day for investor. The president is killing himself, crying, hustling, like we say on the street, hustling for people to come in the country and invest, and these things happen. I'm getting some bad side to this story. I'm getting everybody that were involved, over 6 individuals, are getting the name. I'm getting the people from the Liberia National Police threatening those that actually want to speak. And those that actually want to say the truth now, they are not home. They have to leave the family and go sleep somewhere for their own life because they want to really say the truth. Listen, if you know anything on this story, right, call on to the Spoon Network. The total amount was 24,100. We just said 24,000, but it was 24,100. At what point in this story, our two were called? And the reason why he was called is to do a complete shakedown. At what point in this story, and what I'm receiving, there's a whole group. And Gregory got to ready explain. Gregory got to ready explain before I start calling names. Gregory have to explain. The money that was taken from those guys, somebody didn't eat their own. And that's where the whole problem started from. Or German national, or Vietnamese national. The money they brought in the country, they knew that this guy came in the country with the money, whether to buy gold or to do any investment. They knew that this guy came into the country, and I will say this because I want people that listen from the Liberia National Police to know that I know. The guy then brought 75,000 in the country. 75,000 they brought in the country. 75,000. And after they lay out the investment and do everything, they wanted to buy gold. But those that asked them to come and those that have been working with them knew that they brought 75,000 in. And the operation was to steal that money and run with that money and threaten these guys. They came to do illegal business, and these guys would get on the plane and go back to their country. Does that make sense? But folks, the RG need to tell the truth, both to the story. And I think he should. Because I got all the names. The name Massacre is not the only name. Sam Bala, no, it's not the only name. There were over 6 individuals involved. But Gregory Como told us about 3. What about the other 3? Whether they are civilian or not, why can't you arrest them? Why can't you call their names? Because I'm ready to call their names. I'm ready to call their names. So, and I hope that people can understand. I am seriously ready to call their names, and I think it's embarrassing today for us to let that to go. I really do, folks. Dwight will help me out here. I have the name of those guys. Should I call the names now or should I wait? But the investigation is going on, Dualu, and they knew that the people entered the country with 75,000 United States dollars. They knew that. They intend to go and beat them and shake them down and take their money. It was all planned, Dualu. I mean, talk to me. It's just happening.
Louis Stanton, first of all, I don't know why we even calling somebody who's taking 75,000 to the country a major investor. This is not negating the fact that nobody should be robbing them. But my thing is, the way we are doing Liberia, it's not fair to the country, guys. Look, let me say this. If you guys remember a few years back, I forget on which administration, a Black American left this country. You can look on YouTube, the whole video is there. They did a whole YouTube video. And he collected money from his church, from friends, and he went to Liberia to buy gold. The guys that he was supposed to meet, they could not with our ministry, Lane Simmons ministry at the time. They borrowed the gold overnight, went to the hotel with the gold, and they fooled the guy to test to see the whole pile of gold. The guy was impressed. He went and brought all the money. They ate the money. Call long story short, some of the guys were here in the States. They're doing like, I think, 25 years in prison. Here in the States, they got arrested here in America. Liberian people, I want you to understand something. When I see people come to Liberia, I know we think where men get money. That's not typical. People sometimes they will sell the whole house. They will save for years and they bring that money to invest into your country. You will on duty to protect that. Because if you don't protect that yourself, we will not be able to eat because we don't get nothing. So we got to protect it. The government has to do a whole lot more. People actually pull their fund. But Stanton, you mentioned something in the beginning about witness tampering. If police officers are going to harm a witness, then it is not just it's a felonious crime, by the way. It's a serious crime under the court. If somebody's supposed to talk and then you start scaring the person, you start threatening the person, it's another kind of crime that in another realm because you are directly challenging the court.
So I would step into that, guys, because I think we will not spend the rest of our time here, but the Liberian people need to know this. You are right, Mr. Duadu. People are not sleeping in their homes right now because they want to talk.
Yeah.
Not the so-called investors, Paul Kennedy. People that knew the story. People that knew that these guys were coming. People that knew the intention and what actually happened. They are not sleeping in the home because you know what? Sam Bala is not in jail. They're looking for these guys. Are we going back again to those past years that people you talk, then they will execute you or you will vanish? This is bigger than anything else. I think, folks, I think Gregory Coleman needs to say more to this story. I really do. I think he needs to clarify more doubts. It is important, Granny, and we love Gregory Coleman. He's sharp, he's eloquent, but he can do better. This one is about to be his Waterloo. This one, people are asking more questions, and they are getting less answer. Gregory Coleman told us about even just 3 individuals. But the people that went on the operation, he told us about Sam Bala, he told us about Sensi Massacre, Augustine Band, but over 6 individuals were involved. Where are the other 3? And who are the other 2 running for their lives because they want to talk? They are talking because I spoke to them. They call me. When I announced my number, Dr. Bople, they call me. That's how I know it was 75,000 in question. They call me. The remaining 24,100, that's how I know they took the people money, and who all they gave the money to, I got their names. But I think Gregory needs to talk more on this issue. But again, my fellow Liberians, we are here to do the people's work. And, don't sit there and say, "Stand, don't let it be so." It can only be so when it can only be so when those in authority speak and address the situation properly. Then it can be so, Dr. Richardson. I'm done for now. I will call the names. Those names that I know coming up on this issue, I will call the names tonight. And then we will go back to Gregory Coleman and ask them whether these names are part of the investigation and who's hiding what. But it's just destroying the Liberia National Police. Millions of dollars were put in the Liberia National Police. We are not talking about NSA that get millions of dollars they are taking out every day. The national securities using millions of dollars on covert operation. But then you get some bad guys then for 5,000, 10,000. Yeah, we are. Come on, guys. Whosoever want to speak, and let's move on, man. Yes, seriously. If you want to say anything, what they say, let's move on.
The trauma of having somebody from the police department, somebody who's supposed to protect and serve you, hits you differently, okay, than somebody hits you. It's not that it's not as bad, but it hits you differently than maybe someone that you are involved with, or a stranger or something, because we hold the police at a high esteem. Now, use this time. There was a young woman, Stanton, who opened a restaurant. All her life, she saved money in Europe to open a restaurant in Liberia so that she can hire other Liberians. She wanted to invest in our country.
Yeah.
She came in and she hired the security firm that belongs or that is owned by Sam Bala. And a couple of weeks later, she called me. And the reason why she was calling me, because we presented her on the show from on Spoon Talk Business, and said that her entire establishment was put on fire.
Imagine that.
Yes. The security firm, further investigation revealed that the securities were involved, okay, the security people who were supposed to protect her establishment, they were involved, and they came from Sam Bala's agency, his security firm that he has. They burned her establishment to cover up that they had robbed her from. They robbed her big screen TV. They robbed her food that she had. They robbed the furnitures. They robbed the computer, and then they went and set the place on fire so that nobody would establish or see that it was a crime. And she is terrified. She is traumatized. This is why the trauma hits differently, because she hired these people. She's very much traumatized at this moment that she's so scared. She's scared to come out. She's scared to speak because these very same people are in position of power. They have guns. They know where she lives, and she's fearful. And so this trauma hits her differently. Okay, that's what I wanted to add.
So I don't. I honestly, I think for me, I've said enough on this matter. If there's new information, it will be helpful. I don't have any new information. If Stanton has new information he wants to share, I think he should. It will help not only the panel, but it will help the public. Otherwise, I've said enough. The impropriety and the missteps and the poor judgment, they're glaring. And so the police need to respond in a better way. But if there are other people involved, severely involved, then we need to know. Let's get the full scope of the thing so that we can know what really went down. If it's 6 people, not 3 persons, then let's find out who they are. If the police not telling the public, and we can tell the public, it does a lot of good for public security and safety. So, but I don't have any new information. So for me, I've said enough on this matter.
Right. So the only other reason why maybe the police could think of still keeping the names of others involved and having let it out to the public is when they don't have all the facts on those people implication, right? So it will make sense that they say, well, we know there were 6 persons, but at this point we know emphatically that 3 is involved, and it is that 3 we're going to call while we do preliminary investigation on the remaining ones, because until you have a whole fight on somebody, I don't think they can just come out. But I agree with Dr. Bropler. The police need to come to speak. Listen, there was several persons involved up to our investigation now. We can clearly say these 3 were on point, and we still got other names that will come out as we continue. Police, government officials need to continue to provide information to the Liberian people. That has been one of the challenges of the Liberian government, whether it was Ellen Johnson government or Taylor government or Joy Weah government. The government does not effectively communicate happenings to the people. They leave them in the doubt, and then people speculate. And then sometimes when the government come back to do cover up and fire damage, then they get mad with the people who are giving out the information. What I think would be appropriate to do is that the police spokesperson come to say, listen, the information we've been over the last 28 to 24 to 48 hours we've been investigating. At what we know now, there are 3 names involved, but there were more than 6 persons. We are still conducting further investigation to make sure that these people. The police need to have the respect to do that. When they don't do that, then it's like they're not giving us a clear picture of what to expect, which in itself is not fair to the Liberian people. I mean, that's all I wanted to add, Dr. Bropler.
Let me say the record because we got to go. Let me say this. It's important for us to come on Spoon every day to inform our fellow Liberians home and abroad. Seriously. And you need to share the show. Even if I alone on the show, I will come every day and tell you and give you the story. But I know I will not be alone on the show. Dualu is here. Dr. Richardson is here, except he go back in the army. But I'm serious. You have 6 civilians that were part of this whole thing. 6. And you got 7 police officers, Dualu. Why Gregory Coleman calling only 3 people? But the Paul said, maybe they are still investigating. Right now, as I speak to you right now, when the show started, the police just arrested one of the civilians. Right on Duper Road, around Fatu area. They just arrested. I'm saying that because they listen to me. I want them to hear that. I know. They just arrested a guy. I'm not calling the guy name. The other people that are hiding for their lives. Right now. Right now, they just make an arrest. I mean, the guy name is there. They call him Daddy Ball. That's his name in the area. You know who I'm talking about that because I call his name. 6 civilians was on this deal. 7 police officers. So if you have 7 police officers and you talk about only 3 of them, where are the other 4? I mean, these guys shouldn't be us to talk. They said nobody should sleep till they arrest all of them. They said the instruction given to the police, no sleeping. So all of them looking around, digging all the opossum holes. But just call their names. Just call their names. We can help you. Call their names. It was a complete shutdown. I mean, it was gangster operation. These guys think they are gangster. It's not the first time. Somebody that will get a video, I will play the video for you. They arrested somebody with a gun. They took the guy into the Labrador National Police Headquarters. The guy gave them money. They gave the guy his gun back. The guy left. I will show you the video. They gave the man his gun back. The man left. Illegally, he had a gun. Don't let us talk, man. Let me take out the chin. Because, I see what Damo said. I will not survive to be quiet tonight. I will talk then, because it will come from me. You don't let us talk. But if you want us to move on, let's move on. I got to take out the chin because now.
Please talk.
No, but Glenny, it's not right though. Damo, I know you caught me on that. You told me, say, I will not survive to be quiet for the rest of the evening. That's true. But how can you have 7 police officers? They just arrested Daddy Ball. That's his civilian name. They grabbed him on Duper Road. I'm saying it because they know I know. And the rest of the police officers, you can call their names.
But Sendo,
yes, sir.
For police to collaborate with civilians to go steal, it's even more egregious. My brother Rusty Zing, welcome to the show. But I want to say to the people that are being chased, I'll put that in quotation for now. Don't be hiding because they're going to harm you in secret. If you got information, if you make yourself public, you tend to protect yourself more than if you hide. Let me repeat. Look, in Liberia, and sometimes people come on the show, there is this thing in Liberia where when we scare Paul Kennedy, then whatever bout did Paul go on the Daddy, you kind of Liberia, we do it, catch you. A small ball. Not run for your wall. The thing we're doing, look, the job, our people, every day I can't talk about job and the job. And I can't if we're doing the kind of thing. And thank you so much, Baton Kula, the guy arrested that collaborated with a Lenseman ministry for that ghost camp. His name was Cassio Kong. That the guy that stole that guy money. Hundreds of thousands of dollars they stole from the man. And it destroyed the country image. That guy came back and told every Black American in the country here and what was happening in Liberia, that it's a gangster paradise. We suffer. Police collaborating with civilians. The lunacy of it.
Let's go to the phone line. Let's go to the phone line. Let's go to the phone line. Dama, if you're hanging, you stay with us, please. Let's go to the phone line. We'll take this first segment and take calls, and then we'll move on to the rest of the show for today. Again, this is horrible for our country. I'm sorry. You say I shouldn't run away. I have to because more to the story, Gregory and the Labrador National Police not telling us. I think pending their investigation, they want to quiet things down, but it's not helping us internationally. It's destroying our image, and it's destroying us. While we go to the phone line, I will upload some of the videos that you will see that it's horrible. It's horrible. We got to bring this to light, though. And that's why I'm here. God will give me life. I will live longer than Dwalu, and I will continue to talk. And that's why I'm here. Diamond, please, can we put the number up? Let's go to the phone line and take some calls, sir.
Starting from you taking calls from your end first, or I should
if
start
you
from-
want me to, it doesn't matter. I thought you were setting. Let me start from me then. Hello, your name, and where you joining us from?
Hey, my name is Fanny Bafuna from Pennsylvania.
Talk to me, my brother.
I think the only way Liberia can get better is justice has to start with the executive. When the executives are being punished for the wrongdoing, I think justice will prevail. Other than that, thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
My name is B.K. Brody Whitford. I'm calling from Arsenal, Pennsylvania.
Talk to us, please.
Yes. You guys are right. The whole thing about security has to be really honest to everywhere that they do, because investor comes into the country. They are there to support the government as well as the civilians. But if all these things are going, who will want to invest? So I think the police should do the thorough investigation so the public can be aware of what's going on, so nobody can do it again.
Thank you very much.
Thank
my friend.
you.
Thank you. Hello, your name and where you joining us from, please?
My name is George Young Cortella. I'm calling from New Jersey.
Thank you. Please make your point, Mr. George.
Yeah, and I'm listening to you guys. This story has been happening in
Can you lower your radio, please? I think you get your computer or your TV, please.
This police behavior has been happening in Liberia for centuries. I won't say a decade. But I'll tell you this. If the Liberian government could put up an award for information leading to the arrest, positive arrest, you put good ransom amount, you will get all of the help. These guys need the money. So they will come out and tell you the story, because the officials are not the one executing the crimes. They got street foot soldiers. So if you put up a $5,000 reward right now, trust me, you're going to get enough evidence. I did it when I was held. I did not depend on the police. While it's true that most of the police officers that knew me finally came out to say they will retrieve from me. Do you know I was charged for smuggling drugs one time? I've never had opium in my hands. They asked me to empty my pocket. They saw my notes. They wanted my money, and I told them no. So if we can put up a special fund for each information given, even the murders of those auditors, it hurts me. I listen to your program every day.
Thank you.
I don't miss it.
Thank you, Mr. Tadawada. It's good having you on. Thanks a lot. Wow. And again, Mr. Tadawada, if you know him, right here in New Jersey, a constant follower, like you heard him say. And we say thank you, Mr. George Tadawada. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yes, Teddy, my name is Momo Chule. I'm calling you from Atlanta, Georgia.
Talk to us, Momo.
So, the issue like such that we've seen in Liberia regarding the Liberian National Police is something that's going to affect our country, in a negative way. Part of what investors look at in the country before they go to that country is the investment climate. And one of the factors that affect that have an average effect on an investment climate is crime rate. The level of crime rate in the country can absolutely discourage investors from going to the country. Let alone our own police who were appointed to serve. Who took oath to serve and protect are the ones that are now those people that are perpetrating crimes in the country. Who are we to look to? when there's crimes, when the people who we dedicate our life to so that they can protect us are the same ones who are hurting us. Who are we to turn to?
Thank you.
So that's us now. We looking in Liberia and say, you know what? I don't think we have to come to Liberia because Liberia is not a safe place for our investment in our lives.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my friend. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, my name is Mormon M. Johnson. I'm calling from Charlotte, Pennsylvania.
Talk to us, Momo.
Yeah, thank you for the time. So, the problem about Liberia lies within the government. And what do I mean? Now, Liberia is being controlled. Liberia is in the hand of the security. It is Liberia it is a security that is governing the country. The security is leading the country. The judicial is leading the country, and also the
Thank you.
Hello?
Yeah, we're here. Thank you. Make your point now. Go to the issue, please. Mamo? Hello? Oh, okay. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yes, thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Talk to us.
From Philadelphia.
Yes, talk to us, please.
I would like to send a shout out to Dr. Francie and Sis Glendy for the beautiful comments on the same situation that we're being discussing. But still, let me say this, CEO. I saw the police director face yesterday when you placed it on. And the man who I know stood in the rain that was talking to his own people never had a face in such situation. My body was shaking. Mr. Coleman, Gregory, my brother, and not late. Get back on track. We love you. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you very much. I'm going to hold it right here. Diamond. Go ahead, please. Let's take a few points from Liberia.
Thank you. So the local numbers to call 0555-101075, 0777-1075. Let's take this person. Hello.
Yes, good evening.
Your live. Go ahead. Straight to the point, please.
Please, the great reason I won't call my name. The ugly staff of BB police because I'm a taxi driver. The man they called Peaceway, he had a car on the road that run traffic with all plates, back and front, only a photo. And the demand all to spray our car and to put on the road here. That particular car, it don't spray to yellow. But that car fly on the street every day and night with our lesson plate.
Thank you. Thank you for that tip off. So we take this next person. Hello. Hello, you live. Go ahead, please.
Okay, my name is Joseph Walker.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to ask you to do the referral thing because we criticize the past government for the same attitude. So he need to put himself together and cover the Liberia National Police very well.
Thank you.
That's all my talking point.
Thank you. So, hello.
How you doing?
You live? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, man. I just discussing the country here, the police, the citizens.
Sir, you have to be a bit audible for us. You're really low. Please speak
Some
louder.
of us who have been in the country here for a long time will know what can happen. But when something happens, you want to come up, ordinary person, they want to get rid of you. So sometimes, you sit down and look at it. They end, they will get separate inside. When they get money, they just go to the post, all they sit down, they say, they all forget about that. So I want to tell you, this is in the country. There's no system in the country and nothing.
Okay. Thank you. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
You live? Go ahead.
I'm Gomo M. Kamal calling from Jakarta.
Go ahead, sir.
Settle. Thank you very much to get it to get the Liberia with the poor message the truth. So it helping all. My Allah bless your life. This car, they have been, I will put no plea on nobody, Mr. Greco Como. He took us IG. CD, we partner through to our CDD, IG, government, at the end, why they start sifting the police to look at the local, the administrator, look at the record, they want the hard criminal record, they want the non-employed, they want the new hard it. Take all of them up, they rule the need, and do everything. The one in the nine civil service, take them out. But if you prosecute them, they will forward. So our poor Labrador can live for all. So
Okay,
our
sir.
poor Labrador can live all. It's for all.
Thank you.
Labrador for all, enough for them. We elect Joseph Barker, President Barker. That's some of the reasons we elect Barker for. That's some of the reasons we elect President Barker to make for the country on top. We the poor boy, when the investor big about this country, we the poor people, we will get jobs. The poor guys security for their money. They will get everything. So for us, why the hell they never go in the hotel room that well secure and go? Look at me, I listened to the message up yesterday. I got my brother in Harlem. I can't expose my brother. There's someone just gave me information that tested running for outplay. Be better, be here involved. Those guys, they balance full. They should brother injustice.
All right, sir.
But man, thank you. Yes, so you're for Labrador, so Labrador can remain for all. It's for we the poor people. Now the so-called poor people, now the so-called whatever. President Barker, please take your iron hand to deliver the country from mess.
All right, sir.
To moonlight. Thank you. I love you all.
All right.
Damala, hold it there. Damala, thank you very much because I think he said it all. Again, we'll go back to the phone line. I want to say, Damala, thank you. A lot of information coming in. This gentleman, this will hit you hard. He was at the Labrador National Police today. Sensi Basekwe, he was there. He said, listen, he will spill the beans. He will tell it all, and nobody will stop him. That's his own word. He was there today. Folks that are watching the show from Labrador National Police, they know what I'm saying. He was at the Labrador National Police headquarters today. They brought him back. He said he would not be used as a scapegoat. He would say it all. He would do a tell all. And again, it's a lot to this story, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, hell's got to roll. People got to go. These guys are saying they will not take the border for free. It's a scary time within the Labrador National Police. I can tell you, they are saying they would talk. They are saying they must talk because if you have 7 police officers involved and you were only able to call 3 officers' name, and you also have 6 civilians, you are talking about people that have an organized intent, and they are saying they will talk because they are appearing on spoon. The whole world watching them, the children, the family, they are concerned. The whole world watching them. The whole Labrador National Police is on Zeditude right now. They are shaking. And why Gregory is not speaking well, we will wait and see. But I want us to move past this story for tonight, but I will not stop. We got photos from the hotel to the Labrador National Police. People took photos from the hotel to the Labrador National Police. They did. They took photos. And those photos, I'm going to show them. I am going to share this photo. You see the question people are asking? Gregory Coleman said that Massacre, people are saying Gregory Coleman knew that Massacre was part of the police force. He was still there. Though he was suspended, but he was still there. And, you know, he worked on the same floor with Johnny Dean. And they were all supervised by R2, who was the deputy to Johnny Dean. And this is Johnny Dean. This is Johnny Dean. This is R2, which is Sam Ballard. Folks, I beg you guys, let's move on. More to the story, we'll bring it to you. Or like Delon would say, we'll revert. to you in the subsequent time, that they don't use that word revert, and you never reverted. But we'll leave that one for another day. I want to bring to your attention again. Yeah, Glennie, I saw your post about your brother DeLong, but I'm not talking about your post. We'll bring to your attention this story with the EPS. You understand that something is happening. The EPS went over to the Minister of Justice. They surrounded the building, put a complete lockdown. They call the Liberian National Police, the ERU, or whosoever, whatever group you may call them. And the guys were demanding the salary, demanding what was owed to them. And they were threatening. They said, listen, we are not going to stop the poor roadblocks, as you can see. It was very tense. We received the tip off. I sent the Spoon reporter, they went there. Dama, do us a favor, because you're one of those that went on the scene. Dama, can you come on and explain where you guys met there? Let everyone hear you, because in our chat room, it was going crazy. These guys then, they went there, they had a complete lockdown. The information that we were told before I send you guys, Dama Slanger, if you can, please help us what you brought to the nation, you and Haji and the rest of the team. Can you explain what took place today at the Ministry of Justice, please?
Yeah, CEO, when we got at the Ministry of Justice, it was already cleared, but what we saw was remnants of stones and other, debris that allegedly were thrown. But what information we gathered was those dismissed EPS agents and special agents, in their bid to get what they've termed as their rightful benefits from the government, they assembled in pockets. They assembled in pockets and then laid siege to the various intersections leading to the Ministry of Justice. And they were confronted by members of the Liberian National Police. According to eyewitnesses we spoke to, there was an exchange, tear gas, canisters were fired. One of the pictures you can see an expensed case of a tear gas canister that was fired, and they later dispersed. So we remain on the scene at the Ministry of Justice up to 7 o'clock. There was still the presence of Liberian National Police officers, at and around the Ministry of Justice. So we still have our people around there to see what might unfold, if there will be any other thing happening there as well.
Donald, thank you very much. And just to add information reaching out, ladies and gentlemen, it was very scary, like Dama said, but these guys saying they are coming back. I want us to go through the roundtable. Dama, thank you very much for that. You guys did excellent work today. Let me put this picture down. Todd, I want to start with you. You're a military man. Bring some military mindset to this. Right. It's not the first time. These guys been threatening to hit the street. What's going on here, Eduardo?
It's not a military thing. It's a state collapsing thing. Stanton, look, these guys been talking. They said they were laid off without any good reason. Why should they come to them always protesting to address the problem? If you lay them off with justifiable reason, publish those reason why you laid them off, and then explain to the public. And on the second hand, these guys cannot be going to various government ministries and always doing it. This is not the first time. They did the very first time. I think they went to the police station or they went to the EPS building, and they make a lot of noise there. And here's the thing. Gentlemen, I know sometimes people don't want to hear this. If you're working in the EPS and the organization deems it necessary legitimately that you no longer belong there for reasons that they can justify and it's legal, you have to move on. But by the same token, you cannot just fire them for firing them sick. There must be reason why they are being fired. And you got to publish that reason. It has to be known to the public. And you have to tell them all. You can't be shutting down the whole city every time you feel like it because you say you got fired. So I think the government should address this thing, open it, and let these guys know. But people should not feel entitled to government job. You are not entitled to government job. Stanton, that's what I have to say to this.
Yeah, I don't think they are saying that they are entitled. They are asking for the just benefit. The Kimon Spoon, they spoke. They said, okay, you let us go, give our money.
Fair.
But the government, they went to Momo Cyrus, who is the chair on security. And when they went to the Justice Ministry, guess what happened? The Justice Ministry said, no, I don't know what you are talking about. And they got angry. Mr. Justice Minister, how can you say you don't know what we're talking about? So we coming to visit you. So you get the story here.
Yeah,
so
but then
somebody playing game with them. And Mama Cyrus said, Senator Cyrus from Lofa County said, they are, and people are saying they are entitled to the just benefit. But
there's no argument. There's no argument, and I agree with you. Look, the government cannot hold people's just benefit and just let it linger and linger and linger. Anybody will get mad. And for me, look, if I were in Liberia, I could have joined them. You got to pay these men off. They got families to feed. If you let them go, pay them. I don't see why you're not paying them. And then we cannot be claiming that they are hammocking things in the country when you're not paying them off. They need to get the money. The government cannot be speaking two sides of its mouth. Pay the young people. Pay the young men. They deserve the just pay. There's no argument. I'm not making the argument. But if the argument is being made that you let us go, you can let us go. No, that's the argument. I don't stand by.
No, they passed. They came on spot. I don't know whether you're they passed it, but let him go. They want the money, gave the money, and this is getting scary. By the way, Paul Kennedy. Well, talk to us on this issue.
Look, stand on. It's a risky thing to have people fired or let go. Let me use the more modified word, and you still have their compensation, especially if they rightfully own it. And look at the characters we are talking about here. We're talking about former trained state security officers. You let them go, and they are right now aggrieved. They are running around in a circle. You're not paying their money. You tell them go to the other side. They go to the legislature. The legislature go to the justice. They come to the justice, and then the next place they may send them is the executive branch of government. They are that's an endangerment to our country, because every time these people, you see, we're talking about the same thing. Liberia is asking to do well, but it's also not doing what it takes to do well. All these little protests and demonstrations make it to the international wire. The first group of people who will always caution their citizens are the American embassy. Please be aware that there's a pocket of demonstration, frequent demonstration in Monrovia, and all citizens in Liberia, please, they will put that warning up in no time. Those things send negative images on the country. You fire the people, you let them go, pay them off so that they don't have any, legal claims to come into protest. But you fire them, you owe them 3 months or 6 months, maybe even 7 months, and you don't pay them their arrear, but then you want them to go. People always say, yeah, the Liberian thing, they will just make noise 2 or 3 weeks and they will keep quiet. This is wrong. The making noise is not just a national noise. Every time people go in the street to make noise, it negatively affects the economy. It creates traffic in the street. People who are supposed to go about to do their normal businesses, the traffic's impeded, and then people are afraid, and all these things. We need to graduate from this place and get into a more proactive governance, good governance system. That's the reason why we are passing the MCC score, and the people still not giving us, they're not still giving us money, because you still got some area of rule of laws that are honor rated. That are not well performing. So you are passing the indicators, but you are not getting the compact because you are not doing the right thing. Pay the people, let them stop getting in the street and creating noise.
So let me ask you a question before we go to Dr. Popley. We'll keep our sister in for last, because I know this is serious. Dr. Popley, the people have come, they spoke, they went to Sam Gay, the EPS director. Listen, you let us go pay our money. They went to Momo Cyrus. What he have to do with the executive? Okay, but it went to him to see whether it's feasible for them to get their money. Help us, your senator, you chair on security. When they went to the justice minister said, well, I don't know about this thing. But then I begin to ask, where is Sammy Kofi Woods, the national security advisor to the president? What is he saying? I begin to ask, where's the legal advisor to the president, Bushi Benkita? I want to know, what are they telling Mr. President? Why are we dragging with this thing? Should we see another? Look what happened at the CDC party headquarters. Who was at the CDC party headquarters? It was a senior EPS dismissed officer, right, Dr. Pople? And the whole problem took place. I mean, what say you, Dr. Pople? It's conflicting. It's getting to be bad.
Stanton, the obligation to pay people's salaries is an obligation that government must hold sacrosanct. And that includes servants' pay, retirement money, and those kinds of things. I have an aunt. She worked as a school teacher for what, 40, 45 years or so. Her pension money was small, but she said she have to run after it. So every time I come to Liberia, she say, "Can you run after a small money for a woman who served diligently as an educator?" I think it's a certain perception that you can just be frivolous with people's earnings, especially their retirement money, those kinds of things. Listen, there's a country where we can always find money for trips. Always. We can always find money for bushy lifestyle for government officials. If you owe the people, pay them. If they don't deserve to pay, explain it to them. And then say something to the public. Here's what I want to say finally. Government got to get out of this habit where it feels like it doesn't owe the public any explanation. You do, because your legitimacy is anchored on the fact that you're of the people, for the people, and by the people. This is a government that has to serve people. So, especially in Liberia, where you don't talk to the people, you don't until we make noise like this, then you talk. That way. A lot of these things can be prevented if you be proactive in your communication. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a situation here, and here's how we're handling it. And then you sit down. And then it doesn't escalate to this place. Government needs to be more proactive in communicating. And please, if you owe people, pay them. Pay them. You can pay your other stuff, pay the people.
I'm going to say something that is a bit unorthodox, but I believe consistent with what Dr. Brooklyn said. We just spoke on the show that our government has over 5,000 plus. They pay the LTA commissioners. They also pay the housing allowance, transportation, scratch card. Our senators are getting $45,000 car. I don't know why we are not able to pay EPS officers the money that they worked for. I am baffled. Our government has the money. If we cut back on these people's payment, and then we'll have enough money to pay those EPS officers, and including your aunts who worked for the Liberian government for many years. So that is my issue with our government. I'll turn it back to you. I think Paul.
I think Paul was speaking. Glennie, did you speak on this issue?
Yeah,
No, I just spoke.
Okay,
Glennie.
I said, welcome to the show, brother. What do you say about these EPS officers and the payment to them?
Well, it's good to be back on the show again for Liberia. I mean, we had a discussion on this issue on time pass when it first came about. But I just don't want us to look at the EPS situation as a unique happening in the country. I want us to take it back and look at the holistic picture of everything that has been happening. And Paul said it all rightly. Sometime last week or 2 weeks ago, we saw another huge protest in front of the finance ministry, where the finance minister himself had to come to the children to talk to them, that they would receive their money. I am told those children from the Youth and Sports project we ran, the TESI project, which is the Beach and Waterways, or the name of when it was changed, have not gotten their money yet. And I'm told they are again planning another protest, which will be bigger than the one they had. Because according to them, like Paul said, it just seemed to be as if people who feel like they know it all say, you know what, that 1 day team and a 2 days team, and they will just call nurse in 1 week, man, then the nurse will die. It is exactly how things seem to be going. Why will you dismiss people
unexpectedly without giving them their just due benefits so that they go. And then look at the expenses of the government. We were just here recently when we saw the budget performance report, where we had more than $1 million going to purchase of vehicles. We had more than $2 million placed in an account they call unexplained miscellaneous. All of these huge sum of money. And these people, most of them take average 200. Some of them 220, some of them 300, some of them 180. That's what they take in. You would rather bring in people that take 10,000 than bringing in more persons or paying those guys that made the little. Sometimes you want to get so frustrated and ask yourself many questions. What is the direction of the country? And we are talking about men and women who held arms, trained. Is it that not a national security threat? In my mind, it is. In my mind, it is. So why would we be getting at this point in the first place? Why? LRA just told us that they collected a whooping sum of money. So my best guess is money is not the problem. The government has money. Because LRA said they collected more than 500 million. So I think it is a bad threat we are working. We are not on the right path. I don't think the government is helping itself as well.
Thank you, Ase. And I want to make this clarity before I go back to Dr. Broplay. I want to say this. If these EPL officers were brought on board illegally, the government had to state that. If they were brought on board not through the proper channels, and this is the reason why they are not paying them, they have to make that very clear to the public. Just because you got on the payroll, it doesn't mean the government has an obligation to pay you if you got on that payroll illegally. That has to be made clear. But Dr. Bropley made this very clear. This is, and I believe this wholeheartedly. Come out to the people. You owe them a responsibility. Listen, we owe these guys nothing. They did not meet the requirement. And here are the reasons why they are not getting paid. Because you don't want people constantly saying in the public, oh, they owe money, the government. It presents a bad image for the country. Dr. Bropley, you want to go another couple of minutes before we go to the next topic?
So after Dr. Bropley, I'll go ahead.
Glendy. Go ahead, Glendy.
So I think I like what Walu is saying, but I think it's important too. The first thing we're probably to do to check and see when were these people hired, and if they're now employees of the government has an obligation to pay them or to investigate or to come to an agreement with them that they were not hired through the right channels. And if they weren't, then the government is, maybe they can say, okay, the process of you being an employee here was so and so. You did not get to become an employee through these means. So we'll probably give you a month or 2 months severance pay, and that's it. But I think their plight should not be ignored. I think the government needs to, and they also, it's a good thing to protest. Protest is not illegal. It's not the wrong thing to do. But if you want redress, protesting without going to the table to discuss your issues is really not going to help you. So, anyone who wants to protest, there has to be an opportunity to see how can we negotiate. So, has there been negotiations with the government? Have they been able to talk? Is there something that the government is saying to them that they have not agreed to? Or are their concerns not being heard? If their concerns are being heard and they still are not in agreement with what the government is saying, then that's on them. But the government first have to be able to extend itself to them to see, how are these people hired? Let's see if we can negotiate with you all, and then we get rid of you all, or put them through another process to rehire them and see who's qualified. The government can also do that. But I think it's something where both sides needs to come to the table and see how they can amicably solve the problem. I understand times are hard, these are difficult times, but the government probably is the one that has the ball in their court, and they can choose to do it however way they want to do it. It's their choice. So I think negotiation will probably be the best way for them to go, but using protests as a means of threatening the government, I think that's a waste of time for me, in my opinion.
So Dwalu, real quick. So I totally agree with Glendy. So think about it now. How much does it take or require for an official to come and say something on this matter? Doesn't take much. And I imagine what it would look like if responding to issues swiftly and clearly becomes the new normal. People will have so much confidence in the government's ability. People will have a better perception of the government, that they care, that they're paying attention to the people, and it will be easier to govern. Because in the absence of official information, people are left with speculation. So listen, we just made an argument and discussion around this matter. So somebody come and say what happened. It became illegally, like some people say, or put illegally. They were there. And if they work, they deserve something. If you feel like because of the process of entry, they don't deserve something, say so. But address the people's concern, put it to rest. This can be a whole lot of money compared to all the other monies we find for all the frivolous things. Treat people with respect, and again, your obligation to pay them, we must hold it sacrosanct.
I agree.
Remember, government is the greatest guarantor in society. Government is the greatest guarantor supposed to be. So if the government behind it, it will be serious. So address it and let's move.
I agree. Stanton, I agree entirely, Dr. Brobe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Todd. Asa, have you spoken as it though? Okay, thank you very much, guys. Let's move on because I was on a phone call, which is very important on this subject. And I will say this, guys, it doesn't look good. But again, we'll continue monitoring this story. I was on a phone call on this. It doesn't look good. It's totally embarrassment. I don't think it looks good for any country. As you all aware, this is Augustine Ben. We have to show these pictures. On the same issue, this is Augustine Ben. His name was mentioned. These are the folks that are hanging out. There you go. You see the rest of them, John and Dane with Gregory Coleman. You see them. I think that's T. Swin and John and Dane. Again, let's just move on because we have said a lot on this. But I will bring to your attention that everything we are gathering, it doesn't look good. It's a national security concern. It's a complete national security concern. Our country fell down in it and fell down in the big league. We will continue to monitor this story. And then the EPS issue is embarrassment. We will continue. Well, let's talk about this. Double Jala. It came to attention from one of the newspapers that he resigned today. We know there's a lot of issue, folks, surrounding LRA. Not that we don't want to inform you, we will inform you. If anyone tell you that Double Jala is contemplating resigning, yeah, then no, he's under pressure. Let me say something about Double Jala. During Malam Salif time, they said Double Jala was integrity outcome. People say, yeah, he had respect. President Joseph Yuma Boaka actually trusted Double Jala, believed in Double Jala, believed that he would do a decent job. Double Jala said when he was under confirmation, he would raise the national budget to over 100 billion, or no, 1 billion, or over 1 billion, around 1 billion. But how can you do that if you giving free money out to your friends? How can you do that if you went back to the George Manawia CDC playbook to open an account, a MedTech account, something that was done by the late Tobin Dona and the rest of the guys to siphon the money? Double Jala ran straight into that playbook, straight into that game, and he began to use the money illegally. Believing that, I didn't know what I gave Commerce Minister, the former Commerce Minister, Amin Badal, was illegal. I didn't know. How can that be Double Jala's excuse? But there's a message, text messages between Amin Badal and Double Jala, and he was in the know. There's no excuse. I think President Bwaga needs to open a serious investigation, and they need to go to
to LRA, and they need to gather those phone records, those text messages, and I challenge Double Jada. Seriously. Man down Fiano 4, that would be my quote on this matter, and you got to understand it better. That Double Jada knew exactly what was happening. You had Double Jada, you had Sasamora, you had Rogers, you had Gregory Montgomery, Sam Bennett, and Amin Moda. You have all of them. It was a complete operation. Amin resigned. He packed it back, he left. But the messages remain the same. Double Jada cannot comprehensively tell the Liberian people that I made a mistake, so I should be set free on this one. No. Double Jada destroyed, and he and the rest of them destroying. They are continuously destroying the LRA. So the information that he resigned, but later they said, my man, you can't resign in the absence of the president. The president is not here, you can't resign. So, well, you got to hold on to your resignation letter and wait for the president to return, and you submit your letter. So then that's the reason why they put up this statement. That Double Jada didn't resign because the president is not in the country. Double Jada got sick. He had pressure the other day, very severe pressure. The mess up. Double Jada hands us in the cookies jar. I saw that the Ministry of Information put out a statement that he still enjoyed the working of the president. But you know that Mika, you know that the Information Ministry, so many reasons why we would not follow them, because they always will come and later on they realize that they made a mistake. You know that story. They get a history now of saying one thing, later come back to play the air. So let me leave Jeremy Pierre and Daniel Sandler alone. Those are my friends. Let me just leave them alone. But I really don't. If you want to follow a credible news network, don't follow Mika. Because they're all for, shake it. They will come and say, oh, they enjoy. But that's the work. They are a government entity. What do you expect of them? If you want to follow a credible network with the information, you cannot follow ELBC Fagon either. Because Fagon at ELBC, he would never say something bad about the government, and he would never tell the truth, because the truth would destroy certain portion within the government. That's why Fagon went to PHP and say Fad versus facial, and he's acting like, commander-in-chief. But you know that. You know Fagon will not do anything different. This is where you come to hear the truth, because we owe it to no one but to you. So I want to say this. Double Jada, yes, indeed. He been contemplating saying, resign. Yes, indeed, he did. But he was forced to put out this statement and say, no, don't do it yet. The president is out of the country. You can't do it in his absence. And when he presented it, folks at the executive mansion said, no, we can't take it. You got to wait for the president. The IMF today, they were at LRA. It doesn't look good. Today, as I speak to you, IMF members were at LRA. It's a bad time, folks. Double Jada should do the honorable thing to resign before we put up more information. He should resign. Nobody can trust Double Jada now. The different account, the different negotiation, the different benefit they are getting, we have the information. The next person will be the LTA. That Starlink thing people talk about. You want to hear the whole story. You want to hear that Starlink, they step on other businesses that their own entity to give that Starlink thing to somebody for a kickback. You want to hear the story tomorrow. Somebody was stepped on, and they are trying to go and sue LTA. Abdullah Kamara is saying corrupt behavior. He took it there. We will have that story to you tomorrow. So, folks, indeed, Double Jada went with his letter. It was rejected. He had to wait for the president. Indeed, it is true. The president have to take a decision whether he will accept the resignation or whether he will keep Double Jada. It's President Baga prerogative. But where you stand, Double Jada not messed the place up. He had destroyed the integrity that he once possessed. International community, folks on the international side, they call him Double. Double, what happened? What happened? He can't explain. Did you give Army $96,000? Yes. Is it legal? Did they go through the PPCC? No. What happened with the MedTech 20%? Where do you keep the MedTech 20%? We keep it in this account. Is it legal for you to do so? No. Why are you doing these things? Why are you eating the people money? Why are you using the people money and lying on a capacity building? You give us big words and the poor Liberian people suffer. But I rest my case because I know I want to hear from my good panelists on the set. I'm going to go to Dr. Richardson, my sister Glennie, Mr. Duadu, Paul Kennedy, Dr. Buple, and Asido. We still get about 21 minutes left in this program. Let's discuss LRA. What you know, let's discuss Double Jara. Yes, indeed, the information coming out and say, oh, no, he didn't. We know, we got people there. We got eyewitnesses. We got people. We got a document. If you push it, I will give you the letter. But I will not do it because Joseph Yuma Bwaka have not received the letter yet. But again, it's total embarrassment. Double Jara have lost his integrity title. Double Jara have failed the president. Double Jara have failed the Liberian people. Double Jara was in it with Army Model. They planned that thing. It was whole operation. And indeed, it's an embarrassment to this government. Double Jara, he has to do the right thing. He has to submit that letter. He has to beg the president to accept that letter. Gregory Montgomery is no different from LPRC. Gregory Montgomery. You know Gregory Montgomery from LPRC to LRA. Sam Burnett, Sasamora, forever he been custom commissioner. He's the information, the allegation that he's the notorious one. I mean, come on, guys. You guys got you stop. You don't let us talk. Don't. Sometimes I want you to stop me. I want you to mute my mic because my mouth can be ishy. To call connections and see the reason why some of these guys there because of family connections. I don't want you to allow me to talk sometimes. Let me just keep quiet because it's hurtful, it's painful that we expect good of Joseph Yuma Bwaka, the president, and the old man trying his best at the age of 80 years old, and you get some of his people destroying him. I will give it to you, Dr. Richardson. I will give you this one. It's bad for LRA. It stink. Gregory Montgomery, he stayed there doing what? You know Gregory Montgomery from LPRC? So, you know Gregory Montgomery why he didn't run to be senator because he pledged allegiance to who? You know Gregory Montgomery, all the dealings. You know Sasamora? Do you know Rogers? Do you know these guys? Oh man, you don't know. No. The allegation is too many. Talk to me, Dr. Richardson, please.
So it's reported that Double Jara resigned, and Spoon is saying that he's waiting for the president to come before his resignation is official. No one is accepting his resignation right now because the president is not in the country. What I can say to this is, as a woman, and what we say in Liberia, if you're pregnant, the pregnancy does not go behind. It comes in front. So we'll know. Eventually, it will report it. The story is unfolding. But the issue here for me is that Ami resigned, for accepting a $90-something thousand car. I do not believe, and I know actually that it was Amin's alone in this decision-making process. This decision-making process that involved getting a $96,000 car involved Double Jara and others. My question here is, what criteria does he use to make decisions when it comes to, issuing cars, the other, resources that employees might need? What it says a lot about his judgment, about his ability to protect the state and to maintain the funds that he's garnering right now. Yes, I want to congratulate the LRA for, getting millions and millions of dollars. I think it was $513.8 million they said they collected compared to last year. They had I think more money compared to last year's collection. So that's good. But can we collect more money? And have we collected more money that went to a fiasco? Was Double Jara part of this MedTech operation of opening a separate account that the government didn't know about? So those are all the questions that I have. And I think that, people should be asking this question in the government. People in authority, like the president, should be asking a lot of questions, because I do not believe at the end of the day, it was Ami Model alone in this shenanigans. That's what I have to add. Thank you.
Let me bring in Sis Glennie. Sis Glennie, talk to us, please.
So I'm gonna talk from the perspective. Today I just shared Double Jala's name, put it on my post with nothing and no addition. And everybody was coming and telling me what their opinion is and how I should think and how he resigned and how he's a man of integrity. This is what I'm going to say about Double Jala. Everybody talks about his integrity. If Mr. Jala truly has the integrity that people speaks of, he will want this case investigated because his integrity is what he has and he wants people to respect that. He will not want his name to remain in the scandal. He will do all he can humanly possibly do to have it investigated so that people know what his role was in this situation. The fact that Ami mentioned him and the fact that immediately following the interview on Spoon with Ami, the next morning, they issue a statement of clarification, says that he knows something about this. This has nothing to do with, no one is castigating his integrity. So anybody who's even coming to that conclusion, that your business. I don't even care about what you're thinking about that. The integrity that he has, he must live by it. Is an expectation for him to prove to the Liberian people that yes, indeed, he does have the integrity and he should be investigated. Plain and simple. He should not be left out. He should be investigated. People will need to know what his role was in all of this. It can't just be that he didn't play any role, or he can't just go to the president and explain his side and no one else knows. I think it's important that people know what was his role played in this situation, and he should not be left alone. And that will say a lot about the integrity that he has that everyone speaks about. Thank you.
Thank you, Glennie. Stanton, I will agree with Stanton to the extent that he says ELBC and the information ministry, the information they provide to the public should be taken with a grain of salt. But I would disagree with him entirely to suggest that Double Jala has destroyed the LRA. I believe Double Jala has some questions to be answered, and I believe he should be investigated. But I want to say this to our audience. Look, guys, to suggest that we investigate a government official, it is not akin to wanting to bring them down. If something is amiss at certain ministry and we suggest that the government has a responsibility to the people to look into it, it's not bringing the person down. I don't know why you take things personally. If you run an office, you're accountable to the people. If you cannot handle that, get out of that. Double Jala has some questions to be answered. He has a lot of questions to be answered, and I believe he owes that to the Liberian people. But to suggest that he's destroyed the LRA, I don't agree with that. But I believe he's tarnished the reputation of the LRA to some extent, but not destroyed it.
No, I'm talking nothing. I'll leave you there. I'll leave you right there. What can they go ahead? Well, welcome, Sister Jackie. Jackie, you're late today, though. You're late to class today, Jackie. It's good to see you.
Jackie, LEC to your now.
Hello.
Anyway, I just saw a letter in the chat room of the president's appointment of the board of directors of LRA, which is a good thing because now you're completing the structure of the institution. Sometimes the directors can actually help executive officials to keep them in line. I saw a list of 7 persons, and I'm not sure whether the board has already taken a seat and is moving on. But let's discuss the issue. When the minister, Ami Moda, resigned here, I said that would be the new trend. People take things, you caution them, and they resign, and nothing happens. Why some people may think, oh yeah, but the man resigned already, why you one? I think it is not a precedent set. And I don't know Double Jala, neither do I know Ami Moda. I see them passing and that's it. So I don't have much to say on their integrity. I remember 2012 or 2013, Double Jala administered a test at the University of Liberia entrance. Over 30,000 students failed. And you know who Double Jala blamed? He blamed the students who failed to say that they didn't know what they were doing. That, for me, is not an integrity issue. I think it's a leadership issue. I will never question Double Jala's integrity since I don't know him well, but I'll question his ability to lead. And this is why. If he knows that there is a channel that is wrong with moving money, with administering the resources of LRA, and he fully signs and allows that channel to complete without having reservation or making sure that he carries that investigation to the higher heights, I think it's a leadership issue. And of course, somebody could say, well, the man has integrity because he knows that he was giving money illegally. That is up to the court system to judge. That's why I want them to go to court, because sitting down to prejudge them without actually going through the fights of the battle, for me, I will not judge their integrity onto it. But I think they have poor judgment, both of them. The Amin Modal, who is the Minister of Commerce, and as a Minister of Commerce, you write your own IPD, you make sure any vehicle coming in the country, you already know what's coming, and he sat down there and allowed a 95,000 or 96,000, whatever that money was, he allowed that vehicle to come, and he used it for himself instead of for all of the divisions that you're talking about. 4 cars, he got 1. I think that's a judgment issue, and in management, you can be prosecuted for that, especially when it is against the financial, the right appropriation of finances. You misapply fund, you misappropriate fund, you you move money around. They are all a form of corruption. It's not only about taking the money to eat it. So the Liberian people have to look at that, and they have to decide whether what Double Jala is doing is worth resignation, or they should keep him there to continue doing it. I mean, that would be my line towards this.
Thank you very much, Paul Kennedy. Thank you, Dr. Bobler.
Stanton, I know so many Liberians who work outside of Liberia, who work for other governments, including the United States government. They do exceptionally well. They're not policed around. Nobody's walking behind them, with a gun or a notepad trying to take notes. Why is it? Why is it that we can function well in another place, but when we come home, we don't do as well? Why is it we don't take those liberties in other places, but we take them? It's called a culture of impunity. I feel like I can do what I want to do, whether it's borderline improper, I can still do it because nothing will happen. As soon as we shift, this president, this government have a no nonsense, zero tolerance policy, you will see the same level of efficiency, respect for the work we do here in Liberia that we demonstrate in other people's country. It is, to me, it's very sad that you can treat other people's places and system better than yours. Those of us who are blessed with education, exposure, and experience across the river, we have a responsibility, a moral responsibility to bring that same ethics, those same attitude home. Bring it home. And don't come home, you drop it right before you get the right, and then you kind of say, this too is Liberia. Shame on you. You let the country down. You let yourself down. You let your family down. And I know we got this thing where, those people come from America. It's all right. If you insist on a better way over time, the adaptive change will take place and the country will start to shift. People do the things they do, guys, no, nothing will happen. You fire people quick. Fire, fire, fire. After a short while, everybody will walk the line, just like we do in America, in Rwanda, in Ghana, in Botswana. We'll do the same thing because we have the capacity. But we let people do what people do.
Thank you, Dr. Bobler. Thanks a lot. Isotope, please.
So let me get this. We had an issue being discussed involving two parties, the receiving party and the giving party. Amin Modab was at the receiving end, Double Jala was at the giving end. Amin Modab resigned. The president responded to Amin Modab's resignation that the decision to use 96,000 car was a poor judgment. But the president has since forgot that the decision to give from Double Jala end is not there. So, it is okay most often, like I said, to defend your own. But you want to look at the picture from all angles. If the president sincerely believed that the decision to use was a poor judgment, where is the decision to give? He knew about that. So the only decision the president sees is a decision of resignation. If Double Jala resigns tomorrow, then the president will respond to him and say, oh, the decision to give, to approve 96,000 was a poor. It seems to be the president does not know today now, that it's a poor decision. I want you to think about this for a while. If indeed, really indeed, using was a poor decision, giving should equal the same thing. Because one person give and one person receive. Amin Modab has gone. Double Jala is there. The only thing the president waiting for is resign. When will and can the president ever take decision on his own? Resignation isn't the president's decision. It is a decision from the individual resigning. So when exactly is said that our president will see anything wrong to take a decision? When? I don't want to be long on this, but I will leave it for you to think. Amin is gone for poor decision. The man that gave Amin for the poor decision is still there. Wow.
Thank you, Asido. Thank you for your comment on this. Let me bring in Sister Jackie. Jackie, talk to us. Welcome again.
Thank you, and thank you, Stanton. It's good to be here. I think on the issue that's been discussed regarding LRA now, it's good that the president appointed a 7-member board. LRA management team will be reporting to that board its daily and quarterly and annual activities, as well as reporting periodically to the president. So whatever concerns that are on the table, I'm sure once the board is officially seated, the head for LRA will have to bring the board up to date on everything that's been taking place. In regards to the resignation that was in the newspaper, I'm not sure because I'm hearing quite the opposite, that there is no resignation. But with the board in place, hopefully a lot of things that have not been clarified will be clarified. And hopefully at some point, LRA will come forward to clarify some of these matters being discussed out in the public.
Thank you very much, Jackie.
We look forward to hearing from LRA.
Yeah, but thank you very much. You see, I will say this though. Maybe that's me, guys. And maybe I hear too much. I receive too much information to go through it. Sometimes it takes all day, and I get tired. I go back to bed. Wake up in the morning, 6:30. Junior get ready, drop into school. Come home 8 o'clock. Go back to bed. Glennie called me. I refused to take her call. She sent me a text message. I told her, say, Glennie, leave me. I wake up at 12 o'clock and run down to Wawa and get coffee. So maybe I just basically have a Liberia. But everybody asking a good question here. I look at the names that were presented for board members and chairperson. I have concerns with some of them. I do. I'm not going to go there till tomorrow because I know we're close into time. I have serious concern with some of them. 2 or 3 of them say, I don't let me say it, I don't mute me. I got concern, seriously.
According to Liberian people, you can give us something.
I ready to
So
talk
there
yet.
are three non-statutory members. The
Those
other
are the
four are
three I'm talking
statutory
about.
members from government line ministries.
Yeah. Those are the three I'm talking about, though. And Liberia people need to know when they put these names.
So you have problem with all three, Stanton?
Wait, Jackie. Wait, now let me do my talking now. You want to say something, Jackie? Sister Jackie, you want to say something?
Oh no, I was asking you. I said there are three non-statutory members. Do you have problem with all three of those non-statutory members, or maybe one or two?
I'm asking my fellow Liberians. I'm going to post the list. I want you to go and search those names that were posted today by Kula Fofana. The first three names. Go and check them out and come back tomorrow and tell me what you think about them. Put a name on Google and put Liberia in front of it. And when I say no more, sometimes it's important that these people be vetted. And one of the person that was crying for that thing over and over was John Malou. And everybody just come and go. Everybody say, you will not even do background check. But anyway, let me stick to the double jala issue. I do agree 100% that double jala have two things happen at LRA within the 9 months. Double jala couldn't break the cartel broke him. He met cartel. He met Gregory Montgomery. I'll put the picture up. Sam Bennett, Sa Samoa, the custom commissioner, Rogers, the guy that he was there before, the allegation that he met some guys over there, I will call all of them. He couldn't break them, and they broke him. And that's the problem. And that's the problem. It's from the Freeport to LRA, LRA to Commerce, Commerce back to LRA, LRA. It's bad. What's all guys? The person that do that something on that paper that they posted and they open that account that only they can eat from. Decisions, and this is problem. And we'll continue with this story because Liberian people need to know. I want to squeeze something in real quick while we leave the double jala. This is very important, folks. J. Fonati Kofa position right now as we speak, the speaker is in room with the president right now. I heard that he was going there. I heard that he was supposed to receive his DSA. He said he didn't. I believe him. But his speakership position is in hot water. They have gathered almost 49 votes to remove him. Now, some members of CDC saying they're talking to the people that started with the Independent and Unity Party not to remove him. This is big. They say he will be the shortest living speaker in the history of Liberia. They have the votes. A couple of them saying when the press is right, when the press is unique, they will go over to remove Fonati Kofa. This is big. They met in a hotel on Rabafi Highway. They are discussing. Now, when I ask the question, in whose interest are you guys removing Fonati Kofa? The president or the opposition? They were frank and they were straight up. They say Fonati have no home. And I say he's a Liberty Party slash seditions. And I say Stanton, Fonati is in bed with the president of Unity Party, and Fonati is in bed with CDC. We cannot trust him. How can one man be two places at the same time? Pocket, please don't disturb me. I beg you. Hey, Pocket. They say, how can one man be in two places at the same time? Fonati said, so sedition is okay for the president to travel as many times the president wants. Sedition didn't like that. Fonati said, okay. He spoke to his base. He said, I will take my statement back. I made a mistake. Sedition lawmakers, sedition hierarchy, they said that Fonati, you blundered. So you get the Thomas Falai, the Dixon Sibo, the J. Melvin, how you call it? Not J. Melvin Cole, that J. Melvin Cole. You got all of them. They're about to toast Fanatic Kofa. The independent lawmakers, representative, and that of majority of the Unity Party representative, they said they have to vote. I'm saying it. I spoke to them. I'm not calling the representative name here. They said they have to vote to remove Fanatic Kofa. Guys, let's end on this. But this is big. Removing Fanatic Kofa in whose interest? What the benefit? The pros and cons, Mr. Dualu. Let me come to you before I go to Dr. Richardson. What are you saying here, removing Fanatic Kofa?
Look, Stanton, these guys know what they are doing. They never ever hasten anything that relates to the country, anything that improves the people's lives. They don't ever think about it. Look at the legislature over the last 30 years. Nothing that benefits the people is taken care of. They only care about this inner wrangling about how much salary they are taking. But I don't want to forget this thing. Board membership in Liberia from time immemorial is only been part about people who are their friends. They say, but they may not retire. They may need to get small thing. You're putting on the board. And this is what you do to the organization when you do that. Board members are experts in their fields that are retired in that field or in that industry. They understand a lot about our organization that they're coming there. But the way we select boards in Liberia, you put somebody there to appease them, and then the country suffers in the end. And this is what we continue to do, Stanton. It continues to hurt the country. I don't know. Personally, it hurts me sometimes, someone who's never been interested in politics. It seems now we cannot continue to stay on the sideline if this country is going to be to the rescue.
Thank you very much. Somebody is correcting me and say, as of maybe if the month end and they remove Fanatic Kofa, it means that Edwin Bevan Snow was the shortest serving speaker. So we'll have to check on that because I think he will beat Fanatic will beat him a couple of weeks or so. But you'll go back to the story. Dr. Richard said, removing Fanatic Kofa in whose interest and why you think?
So before I go to that story, someone on this panel said that we need to start taking the average Liberian citizen or maybe below average Liberian citizen, the lay people, to put them on these boards, because I can assure you that our market women and the we bar people, they know a lot about commerce in Liberia than some of these people that I'm now seeing on the board. So I just wanted to say that. I think it was Dr. Brooklyn who said that a couple of weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken. Regarding the Fanatic Kofa situation, I want to know, why do they want him removed? That would be my first question. My second question would be, those who want him to stay on, why would they want him to stay on? Maybe they can tell us. And when you said that one of the reasons that they are saying they want him removed because Fanatic has no home, my first reaction was not of a political party. My first reaction was his home in Liberia. And the reason why I'm questioning that, because I'm concerned, when was the last time he talked and advocated for the people of Grand Crew County as their representative? I have not heard that, okay? My second question, when was the last time that he visited Grand Crew County? With all of the flooding going on, everything going on in our country, when was the last time that he visited Grand Crew County? If I'm sure he was born, I know it says on the internet that he was born in Grand Crew. But if I consider something my home, I would want to speak for my home. Like if he comes to my home, I would speak for my home. I speak for my children. I speak for my husband. Okay, because I know them best. The other question I have, Fanatic is Speaker of the House. Many have called for an audit of the legislators, but the Speaker of the House, the House, okay? And he has not really quite consented to that. So it may be an issue. Maybe that's why people are saying that, they want to have him be removed. So I'm just throwing these questions out.
Yeah, I heard about that audit thing, but let's go to Sister Glendy. Sister Glendy, for a tea story.
I don't even know what to say. I don't understand why the change is necessary. I don't know who's instigating the change. I think all of these things have to be considered. I don't know if it's CDC. I don't know if it's because they can get Fanati to do their bidding or do whatever they want. So they're looking for somebody that they can cajole, and they can't cajoling. So they say, okay, we have the numbers, and who are they going to replace him with? Sometimes I'm appalled when people talk about like they will single on one senator or they will single on one representative, but there's so many others who's not doing anything. There's many of them that's not doing anything. So what's the difference? So whoever is behind this, I'm pretty sure they know too. So not I'm not a fan of Fonati Kofa, but I'm pretty sure that Fonati Kofa that I bring people can say no easy potato. It's no easy potato. So I'll say to them, bring it on. If you think you're better than Fonati Kofa and you're trying on to create dirty politics to try to get him removed, then I think in that instance I would have sentiments towards him. I would support Fonati Kofa because I don't know who else is better. They're all the same in the House of Representatives. So I don't know who's instigating this. And I don't even know if the instigation in the end is going to help CDC. If it's CDC, I don't understand who it is. I think our concern should be like what Dr. Richardson said. How are these people that have been elected, how are they relating to the different districts and counties? What are they doing for the people? How are they helping them? That's what the concern should be. The concern should not be after a few months you want to remove a speaker, probably because he's not doing your bidding and because maybe he has a mind of his own and he's not saying, okay, the former president say he must do this or this one say he must do this. So let's see. That Thomas Fala they will put there, the one with the university. These people that like to joke with people in Liberia. Let's stop this thing here. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Gladys. Paul, you want to go ahead?
Yeah. It is interesting. So whenever you think about Liberia, we keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result. Especially most officials of government appointed are recycled. If you look on that list now of board of directors for LRA, that all mostly recycled politicians sitting on there. Recycled. Some of them have served in several positions. Does that not discourage people from going to school in Liberia? So you graduate from AMEU or from UL, and you go and see somebody who been in politics in 1968, they're still holding top. Why did you go to school? They have some young, vibrant, educated Liberians who have never been given the opportunity to serve in government. Then you sit down and cry why things are going the same way. The same old people are bound to do the same thing. You can change their clothes, you can change the shoes they wear, you cannot change their character. I mean, that is to say on that new appointment list. The issue of Fonati, I think it is politically motivated. Somebody sitting down somewhere thinks that Fonati, if he does well as a speaker, could be president of Liberia. Let me tell you, 2029, the entire political arena is open in Liberia. Anybody who does well now in government between now to the next 5 or 6 years can actually put their cap out and they can run and will make a huge impact into the election. And Fonati was starting up on that note. I began to look at him, right, to see what this guy is exhibiting some leadership. But he just took a downtrend. But whatever it is that they're trying to end now, did not just start this time. It started from the day Fonati became speaker. They've been trying to remove him. They've been trying to undermine him because they saw the kind of power he came with to leadership. But right now, you remove him, what difference does it make? He can't be, he's not going to be standard bearer at CDC as long as George Weah running. All the sedition will go behind George Weah. The only way Fonati will have a home in CDC if George Weah decides, you know what, I'm not going to run for any more politics in Liberia. Then you will begin to look at Fonati. And then he can go back to the Liberty Party because the Liberty Party got a big split. Nobody now will not allow him to come down to sit down there because they see him as a complete opposition and a sellout. So, like Glenn said, so who's chasing him and why? Why do they want him out? So that is the question, that because right now it does not politically pay anybody to remove Fonati from his position. And looking at most of the people there, I think he had some of the most experience that most of the person and who never had a job, have never worked anywhere before and went to the legislature. Most of the folks in the representative were not working when they became, they will tell you, the business people. That's the only justification they give you. They don't have any experience doing anything. That's the reason why the country still has a 1972 laws on the book. If they were writing new laws, you will have new laws up in the country. Most of them are not educated, they never worked before, and they are only giving money out to people to elect them into power.
Thank you very much, Paul. Let me go to Dr. Bopler, please. Dr. Bopler.
I am actually pleased that the board of the LRA has David Vinton, and David Vinton is a good, smart man. But I say that just to say this: that there was a time when government agencies, their boards were chaired by other government people. LEC, the board you there was Minister of Defense back then. And boards are oversight group, so they provide good check and balances in a sense. So government should not be the principal giving oversight to government. I do think boards should also have more private sector people, private citizens. We bring a healthier perspective to the board versus those who already work in government coming on the board. So I just like the fact that they got private citizen, a chair who is not a government official. About Fonati, Fonati is my friend, my good friend, and I have only good things to say about him. But on this matter, Fonati is a crewman. We come from the same area. Joia come from that southeast. Both come from that southeast. Look at the southeast. They couldn't even put road to go there. Fonati got stuck going there run camping. Year after year, we hear the same sorry song. The roads are impassable. The roads are impassable. But I thought that's why we elected you. So you can change it from impassable to passable. So, what legacy leaving leadership has existed? That's my good friend. Whole family, my friend. But if they're moving, so what? Has there been a legislation that he sponsored that shifted the trajectory so monies go to education adequately? Do you know that the two largest donor funded sector in Liberia, education and health? So if those people having problems in the economy or the geopolitics, will suffer. So did any legislation from the speaker that changed that would take that bulging LRA revenue envelope and say we proudly now support education ourselves with Liberian dollars. And if no donor give us $1, we're good. We're doing the same thing with healthcare, we're good. So when you've done nothing remarkable, when you move ordinary people with common sense, that's most of us in Liberia, will not miss you because you didn't do anything to change the landscape and improve the lives of people. So let the people do what they do, exercise their rights. So be it.
That's powerful, Dr. Brooklyn.
Go ahead, Asito.
Well, the attempt to remove the speaker doesn't make sense to me. I know someone asks for whose benefit. The question should answer itself. The lawmaker from Grand Creek County, sometime in January, February, said they had a meeting at the house of the president where the president offered them $25,000 each for the issue of the speakership. Yeke Koluba, another lawmaker who actually supported the rescue, said the executive branch gave a certain lawmaker 5,000 coupon from JMAT in an attempt to remove the speaker. We had another information that came up that the executive were putting group of people together, where even our own Senator Darius DeLong was part of that move to put people there to remove the speaker. So the answer is clear. Unity Party feels like they should control the whole country. They should control the entire government. For some reason, they don't see competition as anything they want to have them. No, it's just about that. And we know for a fact that those rebel lawmakers are planning to introduce a resolution tomorrow morning by 10 o'clock. We know that. And we know.
Why you couldn't let me break my own story, my man? No, I don't let it go to you.
Well, you can, okay, come on it before I go through. Come on it before I end.
Yeah, so let me do this because I still don't know exactly. I still don't know bad too. But I disagree with you, I still do this. This is a unity party thing.
No. I need to on the story. Leave my own.
Yeah.
On the story, I will come back, please.
How can you say, folks, let's bring this story in its entirety?
All right, then let me end now so you can come with your own because
no. Let me explain it. I'm begging you.
No, but let me end now.
But you gave me 10 and you take it from me again.
Yeah, I want you to talk about the stuff tomorrow. Now you're going towards what I said because you will always come up after me. You have to defend the rescue. Okay, go ahead. So again, you will always come to defend the rescue. Especially everybody will speak, you'll be happy. But as soon as they don't come to say something, you're ready to come back because you always have to defend. But again, we don't say things based on our opinion. We say things based on the eyes that we use to the political landscape to see. The truth of the matter is, who do you think will push the hardest to have the speaker if the feeble attempt to remove Fonati Kofa remains? Unarguably, though, Fonati Kofa has been one of the most effective leaders of this era so far. He may not be perfect, but he has been an A performer in his leadership role. Compare the lower house to the upper house at the legislature. You can see the differences in the kind of leadership that exists there. Why would anybody want to vote? And I will tell you for the fact, we have information that even some of our CDC brothers are into this because they are signing for their little money. And we will expose that tomorrow. We don't think money should be the end result of those who should be there to look over the executive, ensuring they're doing the right thing. Oh, the budget year is coming over. What United Party wants to do is to have a free ride when they submit the budget. So because of the budget coming over and they want to put money for yellow machine that J. Fonati Kofa insisted should not be there, so they've established another attempt to remove Speaker Kofa. Stanton, it's okay, he can say it's not United Party, but guess what? It is ANC who wants him moved, I guess. One thing you should know, the main reason for going after Fonati Kofa is nothing else. It's only because he resisted the inclusion of the yellow machine money in the recast budget, and in the next budget they want to submit, they want to have it there. And their thought is that he will be in the way of that going through, so they have to remove it. But there is a catch though, that is not going to work out. If it costs us not to sleep overnight to ensure every CDC member backs up, of course they will do. Absolutely, it's not going to work out. They can introduce anyway you talk about it, but again, this is a wasted attempt. In my mind, it's a wasted attempt.
Sister Jackie, please help me.
I think you make me laugh so much. When it comes to Fonati Kofa, there's no question whatsoever that Fonati Kofa, the speaker, current speaker, has positioned himself in Liberia to be, one of those forces to reckon with within our political landscape. Here's a man who came in, was working under the Ellen government. CDC rejected him and said he shouldn't be anywhere near government or power under the Ellen years. But yet still, when WIA came in, he got very close to CDC, served as WIA's President WIA's legal advisor as well. And also, he's somebody who seems to try to balance the scale a little bit, somewhat between everybody. But more so, there's no question he's a sedition. He aligns more with ANC, CDC, and with the Liberty Party, which is where he's from. So if he's working on all sides of the aisle as a speaker. I think it is commendable. He does have his shortcomings, as with most of the lawmakers, where the Liberian people generally do not trust them because they feel that they're not working in the best interest of the Liberian people. So, if there's grounds for impeachment, it should be for the right reason, not because of selfish reasons, because a few people feel that he may be aligning on this side or that side or the other side, instead of focusing on what is really in the best interest of the Liberian people. So that's what I have to say on that matter when it comes to the speaker.
Thank you very much. While we close on this show, I want to say to everyone, it is in a bad taste, very, very bad taste, for us to sit here and discuss the removal of Speaker J. Fonati Kofa. I will always disagree with him when I think that he made a mistake. And when I said that Speaker Kofa has no home, is because he tried to just do this for Liberians. He tried to balance the equation. He came in as a sedition speaker, but his working relationship with the president, Joseph Iman Barker, and the executive, and even the Senate, it's kind of so fair that we beat on him. But for sedition to take upon themselves, in the person of Thomas Fowler, championing this thing and say that he must remove Fonati Kofa because of his association with Joseph Iman Barker, I cannot sit here and ask those say that's the UP. No. The deputy speaker, Thomas Fowler, he's the ringleader. He's a ringleader. Thomas Fowler came in as deputy speaker to J. Fonati Kofa. But Thomas Fowler, for so many reasons, he cannot allow J. Fonati Kofa, and he wished him not to continue because this speaker, he wanted to agree with Musa Bility and the rest of those people that called in the shot and said we should audit the House of Representatives. Thomas Fowler said, no, you cannot. Fonati Kofa said, listen, I've been here before. I serve as deputy speaker. If I'm in error and the law have to come after me, so be it. But I think it would be the right thing if we ask to change this nation, that we audit. Fonati Kofa, Thomas Fowler said, no, not under my watch. So you have Kafia, you have Thomas Fowler. We hear the name Emmanuel Nukwe from the Senate. We hear all the key players' name. They met, like I said, on Ralphie Highway. They have obtained up to 49 signatures to execute the plan. If all should go well after tonight, they will be putting this on the floor tomorrow, Thursday. To serve as speaker, folks, you know me, I will beat on Fonati any minute. But because these guys, they are bent to protect the loot, they are bent to protect their own interests. And when you check behind them, their schools and the businesses and what they are involved with, the contracts they have with Asara Mittal, with Western Union, they will be exposed. The fingering of the budget, they will be exposed. None of Fonati is a perfect man. So I like to say this to people listen to us. Thomas Fowler, he refused to answer even sedition calls. He refused to answer anyone. He paid a lot of money to other lawmakers, to other representatives. And you know why? Richard Kuhn is part of it. But you say Richard Kuhn is a UPIS. He ran against Fonati Kofa. And he won a position too. So Richard Kuhn will want to get rid of Fonati. But folks, please, let's rest on this one. I do think if this should happen, and most likely it will happen, Liberia will be destroyed. I do think if this should happen tomorrow, that they put anything on the floor, I can say to all Liberians, as quiet as it is right now, Liberia in this 6 years will be destroyed. I know your lawmakers not going to listen to you. Thomas Fala left District Number 5, Moserado County, went to Lofa, spent a lot of money. He got money.
Lawless.
You know what? Duadu, you know what, Duadu?
Pastor, I got a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
How can you say the impeachment of Onadikofa Liberia will be destroyed? What I want got to do with it, Liberia as a whole?
Thank you very much.
There have been several impeachment of speakers before.
But you asked me, you allow me to answer, man.
Yeah.
If it please your honor. Listen, we are on a different track right now. The issue that Fonatikofa most ability to try to push in to bring about transparency, right, is the issue that let's audit this very house, this very branch, let's audit them. It's the issue that let's talk about the off budget. Let's talk about the wasteful spending within the budget, the reallocation of funds. And you know why they want to remove Fonatikofa? It is because of that. And if you put the cartel ringleaders and you make them speaker like Thomas Fala, Jackie, you know better. You
Oh no,
right.
I don't think Thomas Fala is any better. But
if you put him there, that he can say no, we will not audit this part of this government. Oh no, we will not agree. We need our 150,000 or 100,000 each. Oh no, we need increase in our pay. Oh no, we will do what we want to do. It will be a free fall. Jackie, you from Unity Party, do you think President Joseph Yuma Barker will be able to fight this battle? If they look him in the eyes and say, no, we will not listen to you. That's what I meant. It will be a free fall. And when you have a discipline, a man with some arrowhead, a man that knows the Lord, a man that understands that he needs to keep Liberia straight, work alone with imposition and opposition. A man that knows if he made a mistake, he will be on the chopping board like Fonatikofa. A man that said, okay, I will agree in part with the executive, but I have to do it for the Liberian people and also disagree with my own party. Jackie, you can't get more to that. So I'll say this, we'll continue on that. Wake up in the morning and fall asleep tomorrow. It will be rough tomorrow. And that's my point, though. Let's end the show. That's my point. I understand everybody, but yeah, I'm going to bed worried tonight. I'm going to bed very, very concerned. I hope you can do the same. You put a wrong leader in the place, and the leader will destroy the country. And Thomas Fala have galvanized the troop from all sides. He has spent a lot of money. And here we are today. If Fonati is removed, Liberia will be on a free fall because there will be battle in the cloud. For 6 years, it will be a mess. Mr. Duaru, let's end the show, sir.
Yeah, I mean, to the audience, to everybody, man, Jackie and the team across Liberia, thank you very much. We spoke about the police department today, and I tend to talk very fast, but this is near and dear to my heart. If the police does not get it right, it doesn't matter what we do in the country, we will not be able to get it right in the midst of chaos. The police has to get it right. There is no other option, but Inspector General Coleman has to get this right. We can't be playing with the people's business like this. Anything Honorable Barker wants to do is not going to happen in the midst of chaos. You have a duty, you have a responsibility, you have to control the men that you lead, Mr. Coleman. You cannot pity them if they make decisions that are counter to the progress march of this country. You have to push them heavily. You have to continue to insist that Liberia become better. As for the legislature and what's happening there, I mean, they're joking. They only care about themselves. But before I close, I can't forget what my brother said. Even when officials were sanctioned during his regime, President Weah did not take any decision. Now, this is not suggesting that a delay in President Parker's decision is also good. But we cannot be talking about taking decision when President Weah took no action for the entirety of 6 years. We have to be serious with elaborating people's business. Once again, man, it was a tremendous pleasure today to be here.
Thank you very much, Eduardo. You see, while we close the show, when I ask you guys to please go ahead and look at those board members and tell me what you think. And some people are laughing because, again, I don't know the LRA board members, the chairperson. It's a lot of tweak, Glenican way to talk. You bring in Emmanuel Shaw's sister, Marie Shaw. You bring in Mr. Vinton. You know, you bring in people that one may ask, are these the only people that you have? Or 5.5 million Liberians? Are these the only folks that you think that we can hang around with? You get somebody 71 years old, Dr. Mr. Vinton. Let me put his picture up. The man look like he's just in the basement of the nursing home, you know, taking exercise. You bring us another 71 years old again to be board member to say what? This guy's going to walk over him. The man will not leave his bed till maybe 1 p.m. or 2 p.m. Then you have to go back to bed 5 p.m. What is he going to offer? Why you
That's
can't
not
bring
a fair
somebody?
statement.
No. Let me say my thing. You know, you're asking me
That's
to talk.
discrimination there.
Yes.
You're asking me to
That's
talk.
really
That's
not a fair
discrimination.
No. You're asking me to talk. Let me talk. You can chastise me later. Yeah, you can chastise me later. But the man is in the gym taking his regular exercise. So then he will go to Sam Jackson, check his blood pressure, check his sugar, check his urine test. And we just sitting there
As
talking
he
about
should.
reason. Oh, but when not, Jackie, don't interrupt me, Jackie. Sister, let me do my own talking. I close it. So we don't have nobody in Liberia. No, someone in the 50, someone in the 40, someone in the that all the bold people will be old people walking with stick. Can that man look like he would stay there for 6 years? What are we trying to do? I mean, let's be frank. You don't have no young man that will stand up to Double Jada and the rest of them, and you make them a board chair, board members. It must be the old people that been there since Joseph Jr. Roberts' time. Oh, come on, man. Let's be serious. Let's be serious, folks. Yeah, you can go ahead, man. As a matter of fact, I'm done. I'm out. Do I leave me alone? I'm leaving. Yeah.
The only thing
He will soon come back. Don't worry.
The only thing I can say that, you know, the age does not determine your cognitive function. So I just want to add that.
Dr. Francine, that you talking at it?
That me
Thank
talking
you.
it.
Thank you.
That you?
I mean, talking it.
That's what she's known for. The whole campaign period. Cognitive.
Well, but yeah, my statement to your age.
In fact, you made a word very popular. Cognitive.
Well, Jackie, there are some old people that have great cognitive functioning, and there are some old people that have less than great cognitive functioning. So I just want to put that out there. It's not about your age.
No, but this is bad though. We don't have nobody in the 50 that can serve in that position.
And so you heard me say
no. That's Richardson. Seriously speaking, when are we going to retire those people? When? We don't have nobody in Liberia, much younger, much stronger, with the technical know-how Paul Kennedy. We must go back to the nursing home in Pennsylvania, the nursing home in New York, the nursing home in Delaware, the nursing home when they're going to have the aid coming to them in the home. And Glenn will be making $65 per hour because she got to go give 2 medicine in the morning and 2 pills in the evening. We should take them out of retirement and bring them. When you have young men and women seeking jobs, these people, the children, they are rich. The people get living a better life. Why can't we find somebody else? Why should we sit back and pretend and hide and think that it is good? When we will leave from this level and say, let's empower the young men and women. Come on, man. Y'all take this show.
I want to repeat what I said before our people. Jackie, did you want to say something? Did I interrupt you? I thought I.
Oh, I was just trying to tell him that the argument he gave me right now contradicts the picture that he put up. Then you should have shown a picture with a man probably sitting down somewhere. So you show somebody in the gym exercising at that age. Some 40-year-old can't even do the way that man was doing it.
Okay, so let me
It contradicts your argument.
Let me say this. Let me counter Jackie.
That's all I'm saying.
Jackie wait now. Jackie wait. Jackie wait. Anybody can go in the gym and stand up like that. Anybody can go in the gym. No, don't laugh. Jackie.
The point is the best is exercising.
The man owner standing where all the dumbbells are, he said, take my picture. Because he used this picture to send to Joseph Yima Bwaka and say, look at me, I'm fit. Anybody can go take a picture in the gym. He used the picture, he sent it to Joseph Yima Bwaka and said, see me, I take an exercise. You see any dumbbell in his hand? You see anything that he holding? Seriously, Jackie, don't do that to our people, man. I went in my gym yesterday, 30 minutes, I take exercise. I'm fit. Hear me? My blood pressure is unique. You know, but let's close the show. Dr. Richardson, please close.
Talking about other matters, I'm not even going to engage in this conversation right now. I just want to say that there are other people, as I said earlier. I believe it was Dr. Brooklyn who said that we can put on the board. I really truly believe that there are other people in Liberia, especially our market women. There's plenty of heads of the Market Women Association. There's plenty Yanabo, association guys that we can put on the board that will help determine the direction of our commerce activities. The other thing I was going to say, this is everybody's business. When we talk about Liberia, it is primarily Liberians' business, but it's other business as well, because the world is becoming increasingly smaller. The reason why I'm saying this is I'm thinking about, the investor, the woman who opened her restaurant, like the Vietnamese investors that came to our country. She was robbed as they were robbed. What these people are trying to do, they were trying to contribute to our economy. They are trying to pay taxes to our government to help increase our LRA, the revenue that come into our country, and they were robbed. Okay, does not look good for our country. She was trying to employ other people in the country. Somebody got employed at her restaurant. Somebody child went to school because she hired them to work in her restaurant. But all of that came short because some bad apples in the police department, Sam Bala's security firm, decided to steal from her. And so here we are. I would call on the police department to reject the culture of impunity. I will call on the police department to not allow the bad apples in the police department to make the whole department look bad, to make our country look bad. So if you see something, like they say in this country, you say something and you do something about it. Don't make our country look bad. And that's what I have to close today. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Brooklyn, you go ahead before we go to Sis Lady, because I know you got to go to bed. It's not an age thing, but I just know it's late for your end.
Oh, I thought you were coming with that
too. I'm talking about the age thing. I just want, hey, man. Okay, let me mind my business.
I mean, every winter, I can defend myself. So don't go there. But let me let me say this though. I agree with Stanton about drawing the circle wider. I got a different perspective. Dave Vinton Stanton is a pretty sharp guy, like pretty sharp, and he been into fitness forever. So at his age, to still be in the gym is remarkable. 21-year-old around here, they can't even do nothing. They can't even do squats. So for him to still
Listen, the man was doing jumping jacks in the gym.
That's a problem. That man can video. They can send video. We see him doing jumping jack.
I'm gonna show you the video. I'm gonna show you.
Listen, he doesn't need jumping. Anybody who into fitness, 50% of the whole struggle is to get there. If you can get up and get there, you fit us ahead of the thing. So that Dave Vinton
doing jumping jacks.
There you go. Take that AI picture from there. You better take
so
that
the man is in the gym. Listen. That the man in the gym is remarkable at his age. Up here, he's pretty sharp. He's governor of the bank, he's an excellent banker, he's a sharp guy. But I will say this: where I agree with you is that we got to draw the circle wider, not just for boards, but government agencies, leadership. The president and leadership need to look beyond the same people. Listen, just because somebody work for your campaign doesn't mean they have to work in your government. Okay? When you work for a campaign, you're actually working for a cause. You're working for a cause. You want Liberia to be better because you believe Joe Barker would be the best person to lead. I mean, you gotta be rewarded with something. So draw this. If you want to qualify Liberians, draw the circle wider and bring on new people. You could bring in innovative energy and change the trajectory. The same old people doing the same old thing. We're having the same old conversation, and we'll get the same old result. So I'm hopeful for a shift. As we all work together to make Liberia better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Poplin. Thank you a lot. Let me bring your sister Glenn to talk to us.
Stenton with a spoon. Stenton with a spoon. Stenton with a spoon.
Where you going in 3 times?
This is what I'll say. And I think I want to approach it from the perspective of Dr. Bropley. That there are a lot of other Liberians who are young and innovative with the prerequisite knowledge and experience to sit in these roles. And it doesn't mean that because they're your friends or because you knew them before, so you have to be able to give them a position. I think a place the LRA would have spoken well for the government had the government gotten aboard across the aisle. You have other political parties. You have other young people from other political parties that you can incorporate into the government. Doesn't have to be supporters of UP, doesn't have to be friends of JMB, doesn't have to be friends of Sylvester Grisby or whoever. You can reach across the aisle. This is one concern that Liberians keep having about the Joseph Yiman Boyka government, and that is they're not reaching across the aisle to bring in people of other parties in the government. This is a problem. It's an affront. It needs to be addressed. It needs to be looked at. I understand David Vinton is not no small potato. He's not young either. He's someone who cognitively he's there. I don't even want to talk about cognition because that's not my thing. That's not my area. But I'm sure there are other young people. There are other people in the community, in the society, in ANC, in other political parties that they could have reached across the aisle to give those positions to Maureen Shaw. These are names that we heard growing up. And we're here again, we're hearing them again. And it's like it says a lot about what the government is thinking on, what they're looking at. When is it going? When are you going to go to the young people? Who are you leaving Liberia with? Who are you entrusting this country with? If you want to remain there till thy kingdom come. And that's how I would approach it. I have nothing, no negativity amongst anyone that have been chosen. But I just think it's time for Joseph Barker to look across the aisle. And whoever's doing this appointment, when are you extending the olive branch to the other parties and say, come join us, let's work together? When are you looking other people? It could be CDC. When are you looking to CDC and say, let's see who we can bring to LRA, or let's see who this? But if we keep doing the same thing over and over and expect the people to say something different, it's not going to happen. And we're seeing this over and over again, and this does not look good for me. It's like you have other people there who are qualified that you can look at and give them positions because you're entrusting them to be able, you're passing the torch. You can't pass the torch from one person to the next person. The people that were in government before were bringing these same people back. I want to close on the Fonatikofa thing, and I think it was a great show. I want to close on the Fonatikofa thing, and I would hope that Fonatikofa will not take what is happening for joke. And if those people are doing that, he should go after them or go with a full force. He should get people to support him. He should get people to speak for him because what is happening is wrong. What they're trying to do, it is absolutely wrong. I don't know who's behind, who's not behind it. If it's CDC that's behind it, if Thomas Falada behind it, Thomas Falada and Fonatikofa equal. let me just say in my own name, people won't cost me, let them cost me. They're not equal. They're not on the same level. They're not in the same league. And I think Stanton really hit the nail on the hammer on the nail. It is because he has scored for the other and they don't want it because they've been there. That's what the issue is. And that's why they're doing this. But if they think Fanatikova is going to go away quietly, I think they're in for a rude awakening. It's not going to happen that way. So, but great show. It's good to be here. President Boyka, I'm going to sit. I want to hear what Jackie has to say about this scenario because, Jackie is a politician. I love the way she approaches issues. I'm just sitting to learn from her this evening on what she's going to say about this LRA board. The fact that we have to be in it to get some young people. Thank you.
Wow.
Jackie will always put a spin on it. She's a great politician. And I really think it's a good show. And we will do best what we are entitled to do, what we are held responsible for, to enlighten the Liberian people, to discuss the issues, to agree and disagree as one people, as Liberian. I'm always honored to be on Spawn. It's funny when I see people who elected Joseph Boakai talking about somebody who is on a board is old. Joseph Boakai friends are not 20-year-old people. I think it's a conventional knowledge. The older the leader is, the older his group, his class of friends will be. Glenn, if I become president of Liberia, I'm looking amongst you all who are my friends and my colleagues to get your job. The first thing that comes when it comes to employment is qualification, but also confidence, commitment, knowing your friends. I don't know of any president who will just be appointing people who are not your friends. So we put this 80-year-old president in power and actually expected that he'll get a bunch of 40-year-old people who is 2 times older than to put them in position. That's not how the conventional wisdom works. So let's leave the old man. Let him continue to appoint his friends. All we are saying is young people, like you said, Glenn, you are right. There will be a big gap between the leadership now and the youth that we are trying to bring out. So when most of the old people die, Liberia will run right back into a leadership vacuum because there is not this sustainability. Liberia has, when it comes to leadership, Liberia has no sustainability plan. Who are we grooming to be the next generational leaders? The people go to college, they graduate, they come back, and then you send them to sell Lone Star Mini, Orange Mini, because you are not introducing them into any new professional career track. So as a matter, once they set out Lone Star Mini, Orange Mini, eventually they just get frustrated, they're not finding job, and they become a vendor, a street peddler. And then they tell you I'm doing business. And then those people will end up in the legislature because while they are doing business now, they are actually giving handouts. They are becoming philanthropic people in the community. And those are the group of people are people elect. So you always have this misshift, lack of balance of power in Liberia. The legislatures will not know what they are doing. The executive will be a recycled group of politicians. That is the story from our end. As far as Fonati election or removal is concerned, Fonati a fighter, let him fight for himself because he has done that best. Like Dr. Francine said, you take the Southeastern road now, you'll cry. And 2 of the sons of Southeastern were in power. George Weah was in power, Fonati Kova, and the bulk of the children from the Southeast. Go and look at how that place is pathetic. How do you get into power looking to help your country, looking to help the origin, the segment of the country you come from, and you do nothing about it? So I don't know whether the people of Grand Crew even saying anything about whether Fanatic guy gets removed or not. And to be honest with you, none of us have any power to change that. To remove him or keep him will only be done by his own colleagues in the house. So if they know him well, they will keep him. If they don't want him there, they will kick him out. Tamafara now ain't better. Tamafara was selling plank. And y'all want to talking and being represented because y'all say he's businessman. So what you expect? Now he has an ambition for power. He has tasted power and he wants to do everything. You will be surprised 2029 or 2032. Tamafara now will be putting their hand out to be president of Liberia. That is their succession to power they're looking at. So we are reducing our country. We are making it a mediocre state. And I heard Dr. Francine, a well-educated woman who I respect, talking about we'll take marketers and put them into bowls. We shouldn't do that. We should not reduce our boards to people who are just mere marketers. Board members should be people who are there making policies or actually mobilizing resources for the sustainability of the institutions. If they are not educated, don't put them there. You just stop reducing Liberia to the lowest. We cannot continue to do this.
But what's the retirement age limit in Liberia?
I think it's 65. But under poor people who are working with who are teachers that they retire, most of the people who serve as ministers and governors and other people,
How can they? How can?
Chief Justices.
Are
you saying the market women are not educated?
Yeah, that's what Paul trying to say. They are not educated.
That's what I'm saying.
But
You are
let
the
me
one who
move on.
painted the color, said, let's take the common people who are
But
not educated.
let's move ahead.
That was your
But-
statement, Dr. Francine.
But let's move ahead.
I know market women. I know market
Paul,
women.
guys, let's move ahead
But
now.
then we need
Paul.
to define education in a context.
Paul,
Because
let's
even
move
people who
ahead.
did not go to school are educated.
Paul, let's
So
move
don't bring
ahead,
that
please.
argument to me. It's not
All
about
right,
being good.
Paul, let's move ahead, my brother. Let's move ahead, please. It's important for us to bring in Asido, and then Jackie will take us home. But have you seen Maureen Shaw, the other bull lady? Anyway, let me leave the old people alone. All right. Before I get myself in trouble with all the old people. But again, Asido, please close, and Jackie will take us home. I say close, please. I beg you, man.
So, Paul, you were just making me laugh here. So, Stanton, you were all around here campaigning for 80-year-old men. You expecting to bring 30-year-old people in government. I mean, what other justification? I mean, what other?
You asking me a question? Can I take?
I'm asking you.
But I said, what a 50-year-old man did for Liberia?
It's okay. Let me.
I say closing time. Let say use the time wisely. But I say, whosoever say you that question, please bring them on the show.
Thank
you, Stanton.
I'm not one of those AR people you have around here. I do my own thing. So, Jackie, you always want to ask this question.
I said, what a 50-year-old man did for Liberia?
Well,
you had 19-year-old children in the government. What it did for Liberia?
Let me talk now. I cannot.
Yeah, so I said, Jackie, please do not interrupt. I said, Mr. Asido.
Jackie, you and I can pay some money to Spoon TV for us to come on the show so we debate what George Weah did and what the person you supporting didn't do. We can pay money, or I can pay for the time. You and I can come on the show. If you really want to ask questions, listen. We don't come here with opinions.
It's $400. Just send me the cash right on your customer.
Anytime.
It's $400. Guys, y'all know I don't waste time. It's $400. Send me it right now. You tomorrow.
He the banker. He the banker managing $1 billion. Send him money.
Wait. When people kind of come with me, maybe you know you are meant to beg you. Then I mean at 400. So that you be the banker.
But then why you keep muting me from?
Because you want you to talk. You interrupted Asido. Just wait, let the man finish. We gotta go home.
So again, like I was saying,
he invited me in.
Like I was saying, you can't justify everything on the planet. If you hungry, you hungry. You can't justify hunger. President Banga is 80-year-old and he brings some 9-year-old men to work. Then you get problem when you are going for the 80-year-old man, you think 30-year-old people he were appointing man? No. So listen, the board of governors are those people that set the vision for the future for the entity. The 79-year-old man, he went sit down to set the future. You know, I don't want to laugh. This is very serious. Paul, can you kind of just look at this? The future of NRA. The future.
The man already in his future. The 79-year-old man already in his future.
I don't want to laugh. I beg you. Like, how do you justify this? So, look,
This is not fair to
Lenny,
our
you see how the
country.
people treat you about senior citizen?
No. Listen, we in America.
When will these people sit under the mango tree and hold their grandchildren and play with them?
They call it nursing home, rather. You go to the nursing
They
home,
call it what?
we feed you, we do everything. I think, Jackie, either you working there, I don't know who are working there. You go to the nursing home, that's what they do. So we respect the old people. But in Liberia, the people that are going to decide the future, the 2030 for Liberia, are the some who 50-year-old, the time my man said she was trying to bomb me. Like, what kind of a thing? Then we into a game of people. But again, I leave for you to decide on it. Let's go to the Gregor Commons issue, the police. Yesterday, I said the same thing, and I mean it. We can determine the success of the workings of people based on what they've achieved within the discharge of their duties. RG Como spends more than 60% of his time doing TikTok video. If the IG can only reduce the amount of time he spends on TikTok to actually understanding what goes on in the country, he will be on top of things. Liberia is going backwards in terms of crimes. Look at the amount of police involved incidents we're having. Look at the amount of criminal activities in Liberia. People who've never experienced anything of such are even experiencing it. I spoke with a United Party friend of mine, a lady, who was telling me that in her community, she has never had any incidents of such. Recently, they went to the lady house, all kinds of things. The IG needs to leave TikTok a little bit. If he will do that, it will help it. And lastly, on the issue of COFA, listen, the rebel leaders who think they will side with the Unity Party because the Unity Party wants to bring in their yellow machine thing in the budget for next year, so they are using money against the speaker. It is an attempt that will go nowhere. The biggest political maneuver is what you will see. If it calls for certain things to go on in that house, it will happen. But those rebel leaders, even those from the CDC, I don't want to be specific, they know themselves. We will go after you because we cannot sacrifice the country for your personal gain. Because you're getting small money and you think you want to be rich every day. No, we will not do it. You can be a CDC man, whoever it is. We will go after you non-stop. We will deal with you as much as we can. Trust me, we will not make you comfortable when you come anywhere close to us or anybody else. If you think because you are a lawmaker, you know something more than everybody, and you want to bring your personal thing in front, Kofa has been doing extremely well. I mean, he said some things that we didn't feel happy about as citizens. He's taking some decisions. He's not perfect, but he has been extremely effective. You can see the leadership he's brought. Why would anybody want to go remove him? Simply because United Party people brought money in a place so you go sign for it. So you want Krugu and then you want to do what? Those in a mind that think this will go through, they need to rethink. Especially those little Kobacho people from the CDC. Where someone know we can only protect them because. If you try that, we will go after you as much as we can, and trust me, you will get yourself to be blamed. Speaker Kofa will be the Speaker of Liberia. He will stay in that position because he has brought a lot of changes at the legislature, and Liberia will be transformed under his leadership, especially from the House.
You do all the plenty talking. You call one of your own CDC representative that tried to remove them. Are you scared of Thomas Fala? You scared of that? You do all the talking. You can call, and you know very well that I know that Thomas Fala was there. Now call names. Call names. Don't say CDC people. Call names. Call names. Come on, man. Jackie, can you close for us, please?
I'm saying CDC people, and we know what's going on. Okay, or you know something. We're not
Jackie, close, man.
From close mind here. We know what is going on.
There was a reason why I said 1 minute CDC loves Fanati Kofa. The next minute they're rejecting him. The next minute they love him. So I said, oh. Go in your CDC chat room and talk to the people about Fanatic Kofa, not to the public. Please, and keep United Party out of it. On the TikTok issue, nobody produced more TikTok and social media in world history under than George Manawia. I care how Gregory Coleman try, he can beat George Manawia record. At least when Gregory Coleman doing his TikTok video, he's going to work. You see him working. You see him in action. What is George Manawia? What was he doing? And the other CDC people, they were dancing. They were singing. I must say that all the other things. This is a rated G show, so I can't talk the other things that on the social media. So please, today, the young people, the middle age, the older people, I don't care what age, 5 billion people go on social media. So I think it is a good thing for our people in uniform to show themselves in action sometimes on the social media. It shows that they're working. Let's go back to safety first. I know I was not here when we talk about the public safety issue. All of us are on the same page on that, and we are calling on our Inspector General, Gregory Coleman, a Harvard graduate, to please listen to the cry of your people. You are the first face, the first responsible person when it comes to public safety in Liberia. So please listen to the Liberian people, because all of us as citizens and residents need to feel safe, and we know you can do it. You've served in that position before. You're a Harvard graduate. You got a lot of training under your belt, and you know what to do. So please listen to the people and let us make Liberia safe. Very, very safe. Whether it's investors, whether it's the citizens, whether it's our guests, foreign guests that just there on vacation. Please, Mr. IG, please listen to us. Now, what's the next issue? Our president, good things we didn't talk about today. The president is in Italy, 5,000 residents. He met the Liberian people wherever he goes. We like the fact that President Boyka loves to meet his people no matter where he is. And that's one good trait about him. Our sister Glendy mentioned the fact that President Boyka is not diverse enough. Oh, Glendy, look at the list. President Boyka has brought in more people from other parties than even probably CDC and even the some previous governments. So he's done his best to their own detriment that some of the United Party and UP Alliance people are complaining, well, where is our seat? We were there before. How come all these people, ANC or this person or CDC or the government is very diverse, a mixture of people when it comes to ages, although Stanton doesn't want to see anybody over a certain age in certain position.
Politician.
But that's okay. But he is doing a very good job. He also they have further meetings regarding the 50 million for the rice production in Liberia, in Italy. And of course, his trip is going well, very, very successful. A big day tomorrow for Liberia. Our fiscal advisor, manager, chief financial officer for the country, Augustine Fifi Gafan, is going to be aired on the radio tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, which includes, I think, Spoon TV will be airing his interview tomorrow. It will be good for everybody to tune in, whether in the diaspora or in Liberia, because if you want to know the state of the economy, you have to hear it from the man himself, the well-experienced minister who was also a foreign minister, who also worked at the African Development Bank and was a finance minister before. Tune in at 9 o'clock tomorrow, Liberian time, to hear the state of the economy. I'm sure tomorrow, Stanton, this show will be talking about his interview and what he said to the Liberian people, because he will be discussing the state of the economy, the budget, everything will be discussed.
Thank you, Jackie. Let me ask you a question.
Good night, everybody.
Dr.
Good night.
Bogler, please. Dr. Bogler, good night. Yeah. Leave us here in America. Thank you, Dr. Bogler.
I don't know how the State
Let me
Information Minister jump on Jackie.
Jackie, let me ask you a question
Listen,
real quick. I
I'm
know
not
we're
about to
closing
miss
the
something.
show. I know we're closing the show, Jackie. Let me ask you.
Yes.
What's new? What you expect Gafwan to say? What have he done that he coming now to report to the Liberian people? He said that during his confirmation hearing. What he would do? Okay,
Right.
is he coming to talk about the off budget? Is he coming to talk about the recast budget? Can you tell us, Madam Jackie, what so important that he should speak now?
I think it's important on so many fronts. We are right now in the budget period. The Liberian government is also in the process of providing the annual reports that they have to put on the president's desk by December. And the budget performance review will be taking place first quarter of last year. So many things going in the country today. Looking at the macroeconomics, microeconomic situation of the country right now. As I said before on this show, under George, we are what happened to Isaac Doe?
No. Forget about
No,
job.
I'm speaking statistics. I'm answering your question, Center. Give me chance.
Jackie, wait.
Give me chance.
Jackie,
You
wait.
ask me a question, don't question.
Jackie, stop yelling. Jackie, stop yelling. Jackie, wait. I beg you. I beg you, Jackie. You will answer. I beg you. Wait.
I got a question for about 2
This second part of the show belongs to you. Just relax. My question, please answer it, and then you can attack Acid though. I'm not a sedition. I just want you to answer my question. What's new? What will Gafwan be saying? Okay, what have he done that he coming now to report to the Liberian people? Just answer my question, please.
And that's what I'm answering, Mr.
No, you won't bring
Wilson.
CDC in.
No, I was bringing
Answer
statistics.
his question, then you can go to CDC.
I was bringing statistics when I mentioned George Weah. When we look at the poverty rate, okay, I will not mention his name. When we look at the poverty rate, when we look at the hungry rate that we've been talking about on this show, when we look at the economic conditions of the people, when you have a finance minister who is well experienced, he's going to do a holistic look of the country. Remember, we all think about finance ministry as spending money. Finance ministry first priority is planning, laying out the plan and the vision of the country as it falls within the arrest agenda. So what Kafan will be doing tomorrow, he will be going over, first of all, explaining to the people this is the current financial position of the country, the fiscal situation of the country. He will be talking about the 2025 budget year. What is in it? We ask questions all the time. How much money is going to agriculture? What happened to the harmonization, employee compensation line, health, education? He will be discussing these things tomorrow. You ask, what is he doing differently?
When was Gafwan confirmed?
He was confirmed, what, 2 months ago? I'm not sure. He was just confirmed.
Was he confirmed? No.
Yeah, he's confirmed. He's confirmed. He was confirmed like 3 days after his confirmation hearing.
The reason why I asked you when he was confirmed, Jackie,
Mm-hmm.
you know what, though? Because we have to go. Let's wait for the more.
No, I want
No, it's good for us to do free discussion. I think we should have done that.
Answer my question so I can go.
Anyway, you were asking. I'm not stopping you from answering your question. I'm saying we'll discuss more on Gafwan tomorrow because people say, you know, Gafwan, you've been there before.
Right.
This is not a Madam Salif government that you have some resources coming all over. It's a tough time. IMF came up hard on this government about the harmonization, very hard on this government about the agreement with IMF to reduce that amount and the wage bill. And he's going to explain all these things and we'll be willing to hear it. But again, I would say it is very, very important for us to just understand. I think the time is short. And I think if you think that he is informed and well-rounded to come and discuss this issue, it should be mostly bread and butter based. Don't give us a Simon 12 kind of explanation. Don't bring your calculator and your map on a piece of paper and tell us about all the economic terms. Be very simple and let the Liberian people understand you better. If you come up with jargons that we don't understand, and I think you'll be playing games. I mean, it's just a lot of the off spending within the budget, the off budget expenditure, the stealing, the different stuff that is happening from the finance ministry, the other issue with the lawmakers and the executive overcharging on DSA, the what Joseph Burger desired of him, he explained all of that when he was being confirmed. Now he's going to explain it again. We'll sit back and wait. But I'm just saying to you,
So,
as far as
Senator,
I go, let Sister Glennie ask her question, and we'll wait for the more.
okay, but before I lose my train of thought, and some of what you're saying is valid, for because you hear Spoon try to speak on behalf of the people. The difference between the confirmation hearing and now, Kafwan has some weeks, several weeks, where since he got confirmed, he went into office and he's looking at the actual data. He's looking at the current financial policies. He's comparing it to the past to bring it to today's reality. Kafan understands all of that. He understands the relationship with our international people and what needs to be done, the type of relationship that we need to establish and build with the IMF, the World Bank, the Global Fund, all the partners who are in Liberia who wanted to leave Liberia, but because of his leadership now, that these partners are coming back and we will
You got
see more
partners that
money
wanted to
coming
leave
in.
Liberia. Is that what you saying? They wanted to leave, but Gafan bringing them back?
No,
Yeah.
I'm talking about
No,
wanted
that's
to
what you
leave
just said.
before this government came in on January.
No. You said they wanted to leave,
Let
but
let
Gafan
me
bringing
tell
them
my
back.
thing.
Before this
Okay.
government came
So
in on
Grandma,
January.
Grandma
That's what I'm
Kamara didn't bring them
referring
back.
to.
Okay. Glennie, go ahead.
And
Jackie,
the
the
debt
politician.
situation, the
Let me
$2 billion
please. Let me,
debt
Jackie. Let me say
situation.
my. Let
Go
me say
ahead,
my
Glennie.
two piece.
But Sender keep interrupting my thoughts.
Yeah,
So that's fine.
let me say my
Your
two
thought will
piece. You
never
better
finish.
open you better open your PR firm.
You will do very well,
You will
Jackie.
do extremely well at this PR. What
Really?
I said was yes.
You
Well, I
can
didn't say
change
that
stuff.
Joseph. But I'm saying
What?
Joseph Barker government. I have not seen him, unless you can correct me. People from ANC or people from CDC or people from Europe Party, I have not seen those people that he has hired who
They're
were
there.
not supporting him. That's what I said.
They're
Because
there.
I said,
But wait, Jackie, let you finish. Jackie, wait, let you finish.
how has he reached across the aisle to hire people from other parties? That's different from me hiring people who supported him, who were from other parties. I'm not talking about his supporters. I'm talking about people, for example, it could mean hiring Mariah Kula or hiring somebody else. How has he done? Where is it that you can now point to us to show us where Joseph Barker has hired people from other parties who did not support his candidacy?
Did Grisby support his candidacy? No.
Grisby
Yes,
is his
in the
friend.
second
Yes,
round
he
he
was
did.
initially.
But in the second round he did.
Yes, he was in the second round. The first
In the
round,
second round, Grisby was a power line unity party
ANC.
president.
So Grisby should not be something that we should keep referring to as someone that
No,
Joseph
but let's
Barker
start
hired
there
for
because he's a minister of state.
Yeah, but you can't, that will not suffice. You can't be somebody's friend for over 50 years and you become president, you give him a job, and now 1 year or 2 years that he supported.
And your question is very valid.
That 1 or 2 years that he supported Cummings, then we say now, the 50 years he's been supporting Barker. And this comes out all the time. Every time we say who has Barker hired, we say Grisby. No, he's not a great example. Because he was a friend, he's been Barker's friend forever. Who else has he hired in this government? So that we know that he has reached across the aisle to hire people from other parties. Nobody.
Our foreign minister is from which party?
She supported Barker in the second round.
She supported Barker
This
in
is
the
what,
second
okay,
round.
Glenn, let me
Who
speak
has
this
not
thing.
supported him?
Glenn, let me support
Okay,
your
let
point.
me say this.
Jackie, listen, please. What Glenn is saying is, listen, Omen Barker is only giving position to people who somehow supported him. Whether you are against him in the first round, but in the second round, you supported his campaign process. Other than that, he's not reaching across the aisle. Who told Barker he couldn't make Cummings the LRA board chairman? Cummings is a seasoned financial expert. He mobilizes resources. Why are they sending him to LRA as a chairman of the board? I don't see anything wrong with that. Why are you not sending what's the boy name? Dr. Clarence Moneyback to commerce? Why are you not doing that? This is the one country we have where when you support people in politics, then they give you a job, you oppose them, they draw a line. That's what that all Glenn is trying to tell you.
All right. Let me say this to you, and maybe that will help you understand the mind of JMB. And this happened during the inauguration,
I know
right?
your mind, though.
When we had
Let
Jackie,
oh,
let
look
Jackie
at that
speak.
baby. Look at
Let
the
Jackie
baby.
speak.
Look at the baby. Let me see his face.
No,
Oh
Jackie,
my
hold
God.
on now. We gotta go,
All
Jackie.
right. Listen, Stanton, this thing is important. So chill. So
We
when you're
gotta
ready
go,
to talk
Jackie,
something.
Jackie, we gotta go. Seriously.
Okay, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Let me explain. During the inauguration time, right? When the situation with the invitations were in that meeting, who was there? Maxwell Kamaya was there. He had just come from Jam and We Are House and walked into that meeting. The foreign minister, outgoing foreign minister, tried to play politics. I won't go into details what he was saying, but he tried to play politics and make it seem as though there was a friction or going to be a friction between CDC and the incoming government. President Boyka stepped in with all his emotion, his heart, his spirit, and his soul in that meeting. And he made it very, very clear that he's not going to be a president for Unity Party or the Unity Party Alliance. He made it very clear that whether or not you're a sedition, you're an ANC, you're this party or no position, that everybody was welcome, and he spoke with emotion and seriousness to counter these things.
Okay, thank you
And
very
he
much,
lived,
Jackie.
he has
argument
lived
is
up
Go ahead,
doing
Jackie.
it.
to his words
Saying it
up
is
to
one thing,
today.
Okay,
and doing
okay,
it is
Jackie,
another thing, Jackie.
Jackie,
Action
thank
speaks
you.
louder than words.
Jackie, and Tim, thank you. Jackie, I don't know why you always coming late to give me a hard time. Come early and let's have a good show.
Then I can come when I can come,
The
dear.
new minister of
I know you
communication,
are.
This
Jackie.
is a volunteer thing. We're doing our best.
No, I understand, Jackie. You always do your best. Again, I appreciate you for coming.
Jackie, you are a minister of communication.
But I don't want to. I don't
I'm a
want
what?
to.
What you say?
Minister of
Sandra,
information
before go,
and
I think
communication.
I needed to ask Jackie. I needed
No,
to
man,
ask
you
Jackie.
cannot be leaving the show and
Oh,
be
look
coming
at
back.
the cute
No,
baby.
I went to
Let that ball go before you make
yeah,
it
the
matter.
baby is fine, but Jackie, you will not change the topic. Jackie, wait,
What?
let me ask you something. Thank you.
What?
First off, Jackie,
Yes, sir.
Pharaoh, it is a diabolical untruth.
What?
That former minister.
Get him a chance now. He's still speaking. Wait.
Very diabolical untruth. Former foreign minister Kemia did anything political against a smooth transition. If anyone supported the transition to a very smooth conclusion, Kemia would be one of those people you should give credit to. He led and was one of the major actors in the transition that you saw. And you saw one of the best transition in Liberia's history because of his workings. Yes, you can come here with your opinionated politics, that's okay. But the facts are always there. And you know what? What was the pay of President Baka? The pay from President Baka towards Kenya was to go and fight against his nomination for an ECOWAS position in Sierra Leone. That was his pay. If you can come here, forget about the blanket statement, don't generalize it. If you can tell us specific things that Kenya did that was against the interest of a smooth transition, then we know you are serious. Don't kind of say he did. Tell us, oh, one stake was here. Kenya took the stake from here and put it here so that I can see the stake. Tell us exactly the thing. And before I end, I will ask you, I know you wanted to talk about data. data, the economic data. I'm not sure which economic data you're talking about.
The economic what?
Economic data. You are talking about and data coming and
I said it's statistics, the global statistics on
it's the
Liberia.
same thing now.
Okay, go ahead.
Data are the same thing now.
Yeah.
So I don't know which one you wanted to talk about, but I wanted to ask you for you to put it into it. I remember I heard you one time. You said we know Liberia's problem. We don't need people who's coming to tell us about Liberia's problem because we know it. What we need will be people who are fixing Liberia's problem. So you say the finance minister coming to tell us of the problems we already know. Yeah, everybody pulling Liberia, we agree. George, we have made a whole country poll, including you. Everybody standing all we poll, we agree. We know.
No, I agree. I disagree with you.
Okay,
Please.
yeah. You
man.
to tell us.
Look, can y'all end this thing now? I need to go.
You coming to tell us?
He's going to come with solutions tomorrow.
No. Oh, solution.
Yes.
The solution that he's doing.
Solution to your $2 billion debt.
Go to the Kenya issue. We will always be here to checkmate this.
Which one you want Jackie to talk on now? You went there. You come back to Kenya again.
She already answered me with the finance minister. He coming to talk.
But I say, you twisting my words. Did I ever say that Maxwell Kamanya did not cooperate during the transition? I said there was a particular meeting where he made a statement. I'm not going to come and give that information out here. No, I'm not going to. It was a meeting.
What statement?
I'm just speaking to the fact that JMB is a president of inclusion.
With who? George
so much so to the point that some of our people are feeling left out because he made room for people like you. But I said, so you yourself can come and work in the government. You know that, right?
That's what I said. No lies will overpower the truth, should I say. Mama.
But under your government, everybody had to be a CDC lawyer.
You guys are not paying for this time. We have to go.
Bill us. Send them bill us.
Nelson, come back. Nelson, come on the show. We have to go. We have to go.
The running mate of President Baka in his government. Emmanuel
All right. As they do, you get 10 points.
Running mate Emmanuel Nukwe was appointed George Weah in his government.
So let me say this. I said, no, thank you.
No, but he was always Weah's friend.
But he was running mate.
Thank you.
Jackie get 10 points.
I said, no, thank you. Let me talk to Paul Kennedy. Paul, you are quite correct. This is the problem. Every government that will come in power, if you don't support that government, you don't vote for that government, despite your education, credential, despite the portfolio you're going to bring, your strength, your international connection, they don't want you because they see you as enemy within the government. And this is a problem. The George Monowia government did the same thing. And what I'm seeing right now, Jose Yimampuaka, everybody ever brought in the government as somebody he had a relationship with before or currently they supported him. This is a things that are happening over and over and over again. It must stop. If somebody come with the knowledge, the experience, the connection, they will bring resources in the country, investor, we should welcome them. Okay? But to each his own. Till we meet again tomorrow, may God bless you. May God keep you. And may God bless the state. Have a good evening. Bye-bye. All right, Nelson. Let me remove that to Richardson because her grandson is talking. What's up, Nelson? How you doing?
Yes, sir. I'm doing well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything balancing?
Yeah, balancing gradually.
Correct. So this is who we are. Don't forget, I know you'll be over there tomorrow. You and Haji, right? Or Trocon. I want to see the activities and you know what you guys want to do tomorrow. Is Funati in the country? No, I don't think he is. He's stay in or where did it go? Rome. He stayed with the Pope, right? Or whatever the case may be, I mean, it will be a horrible day for our country if they implement what they are intending to do. And I hope that the people of Liberia can see through them. Till we meet again, Nelson. Thank you very much, as always. And thanks to the entire team. Have a good night.
Yes, sir. You too. Well, folks, we want to appreciate everyone for for being on tonight. Thanks for your participation on the program tonight. Thanks to all of you who called in. Thanks to those of you who just played the listening role or just watching the program. We appreciate all of you tonight for being here with us on Spoon Talk. As you know, this is where you get the news. This is where you get objective analysis on the happenings across the country. This is where you get to come face to face. You get to interact with the newsmakers every single day. And I'd like to say welcome. Let me say thanks to everyone for being here tonight. This is how we like to end up this edition of Spoon Talk. The program will be back on the radio tomorrow. Just before we go, let me do a quick birthday greeting here for okay, so let me see if I can have this coming through. And I also want to say a special thanks to everyone who keeps sharing the program. Whenever you come on, you are sharing the show in your different group chats, on WhatsApp, on Facebook, in the messenger groups, on your Facebook timelines. We appreciate all of you for, always sharing the program, engaging in the comment section as well. We appreciate you. Thanks to our partner radio stations across the country that are always relaying the show, Trust FM, and the host of other radio stations across the country. Yes, let me do a special birthday greeting to Rosetta Gower. Yes, Rosetta Gower, today is your birthday. It's a special birthday greeting coming your way, Rosetta Gower, from your sister Sandra Gower. She's wishing you happy birthday as you celebrate your natal day today. That's you, Rosetta. That's Rosita Gower. Happy birthday to you as you celebrate your natal day today. And your sister Sandra Gower is saying happy birthday to you as well. And I want to say thanks to everyone out there. If you're celebrating your birthday today, happy birthday to you. Thanks to everyone for joining us. My name is Nelson Colette. This is how I would like to end up tonight. You can make up time to join us on the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. You can certainly make up time to join us. And until then, have a good night. Thanks to all of you, Nathaniel K. Hill, Sandra Gower, Jotan Yango, Baron, Per Kimber D, that's Ish Davers. Thanks to everyone, Josh Morris Jr., Abel Flomo. Yes, everyone, thanks for being here tonight. Let's hope we can have a great show. Coming up shortly is the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. You can make up time to join us. Until then, have a good night and bye-bye for now.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South, man. Charges on